All right, looks like we are online. So F5, select stream, refresh. There we go. And now this one will be up in just a moment. Okay, so I was running into an issue with my code yesterday where I've improved the performance of this significantly, but I've also run into a condition in my baking code that causes it to have an index run out. And so the error was on this one where we were setting up this line. However, the original code was this one where we take the node position dot count against its count and set that value. But the problem is that that position is greater than whatever whatever option it has. So it should be -1. However, this is also in the Connect code, the baking issues. And so one of the problems that I've been noticing inside of the traffic handling is that the traffic, the next node that it takes, is not always adjacent to it. It's not always one of the points that it has a connection to. And so it will make leaps and suddenly go diagonally across something where I had no reason to expect that to happen. Anyway, so that makes me want to reevaluate this code overall. However, I think one of the key issues is that this should have been -1, and maybe I had a typo in somewhere in some of my past code. All right, let's set this one up F5. There. There. Okay, so now inside of this one, what have we got? There. That's not what I want. Anyway, all right, so over here, what do we got? Node count plus plus. So inside of this one, we're going through all of the items in map a.length, and we're trying to find out if it equals the index. We want to connect the node to the index. Index is an I. Map A is also an integer. So map A and map B, those are two separate lists that maintain the A and B connections from a pair of points. And generally we are adding both sides, or well, we're always adding both sides in the baked code. The final data does need to fully understand what it can use. So each one of the potential nodes that it creates needs to understand all the pathing options. Now, inside of this one, this does feel backwards from what I was expecting. So when I'm baking the code, I'm expecting to receive a list of positions, normals, the mapping the connection points from A to B, and then find all the points where it relates. So in this one, we do the connection node. Okay, what is connect node? Let's go find out. F12. Oh yeah, right here, duh. Okay, so inside of connect node, I'm going to map A, and let's put some comments on this. All right, so map A.length. Now, I do stuff with map B in this one. So I'm trying to make a connection from A to B. Now, this is also per node. Every single node, this node represents a point, a waypoint in the game. And once one of the automated cars reaches that point, it then is supposed to select another point, excluding the one it just came from. So it can go to any of the other ones. But that means that each node does need to know a list of here's all the connection points that I can go to. And it just knows this by index. All right, so node position, node count -1, node.indexes, node count equals map B. So node count, this is also incorrect. This should be -1. This should be the last one that we're setting, but in this case, we're incrementing node. However, node count, node position, F12. Okay, node position, we get an unsafe vector. we return it for the given index. Now, in this one, how many positions can it store? Oh, that was the problem. In this one, got it. Int max. What is my max set to? 8. That means that I've got a connection in here that has more than 8 connections overall. And that's wrong. Okay. Basically, in order to get a higher performance in my code, I set this up so that every node has a specific structure of data. It can't go over 8. If it ever goes over 8, then that means we've exceeded the boundaries of this. What that allows me is, instead of having an array of potential data it can go to, where now I have the information for the normal and the position, I can also pull in the complete. When I'm pulling that in, I'm also getting the object with it, the rest of the data. Now, this is also technically a bad state for performance, because of the fact that when I'm pulling this in, I can check the normal and position, but my primary concern is going through the indexes. Oh, that's right. Okay. All of my indexes still count when I'm within the 60 byte, within 60 bytes. A cache line is typically going to be 64 bytes. So that means when I've grabbed the information for position and normal, I've also grabbed the indexes. So I have all of the indexes. What I don't have are the positions. I don't have a complete position in there. That requires 2 more cache lines to get them all. Okay. However, I did set this up for 8, and I am exceeding 8. So that was going to be a limitation I was planning to put into the designer later anyway, and now I've got reason to. So that error should be triggering. I should be triggering an error at this point to find out what's going wrong. So the count is how many that are there and how many that we're using, and then we're marking off which one we're doing. This, I'm using one of the pointer setups to grab a reference directly to the memory. And so while this is stored in bytes, I'm getting out a reference to the vector3 directly. But that's limited to 8 vector3s in sequence. Okay, so now that I've got this, I want to be able to mark out exactly which one this relates to. That way I can see where this error, what's causing this. All right, let's try this. No, the error is inside, not the designer. Oh yeah, procedural designer, this one. So my original code, no, traffic designer. It's where I bake the traffic. Baked traffic, is that where it handles it? It does. Okay. So this one is not count -1, because we are literally taking the count that we had previously and we're using that as the index for the next one. Okay. Now I was doing a check here. If count +1 is greater than node max, if count is greater than node max, so node max is 8. That means that if our count has gone up, that means the previous time that we've been through here, we did the count ++. That means that we've reached 8. So if our count is at 8, we are at maximum and we can't put any more. It should have been triggering this exception, but it was not. I was throwing an out of range exception. I guess in this case, what I'll do is I will cancel it. The road already has 8 connections to it, so something's wrong there. In that case, it's not throw a new one, throw a new error. This is going to be debug.log error. Okay. Now it wants a message. It wants the index. I'll pass in the index. I know there's an error system that allows me to replace the debug log that allows me to also add additional function information on how to highlight and some code to execute when I select the error message. This would be a perfect point for that, because when I select this, I don't just want the baked traffic to be selected. or the design. I want the designer to be selected, which is not the bake traffic class. And I also want it to be selected with this index highlighted. And if I can, get that camera to focus around on it, but then I'm in the scene and I might not have a way to directly view this. It might actually be inside of other objects. Okay, now we're going to pass on this. So we at least know the object it's related to for now. But we logged the error. Now, what do you want to know? You want to know the message and you want to know the context. We got that. So what is log error? Is this just complaining that it's going to be expensive? Yeah, that's it, expensive. Okay, so that's our problem, that we are connecting the node to other nodes, but we just won't. We're not going to, we won't get to this code anymore. Oh, yeah, we won't get to this code. So end. And this one now needs to continue. Is that correct? So the node, am I passing in a node? I'm passing in a node. And by this point, we've already run the connection, so we have nothing else to do in the loops. Index. Yeah, we're trying to compare to see if it's already there. All right. Cool. Back this one up. And return to, oh, it's not go on to next because we're inside of a loop. So in this case, I want to return. All right, that'll need to recompile again. However, I can't even trust this thing right now because I had a bug in my side of my code. So this has been sitting with this window up for 10 hours saying that it's busy, but it's not. Basically, I'll show the exact reason for that error. Inside of our code, we can update the display progress bar. And when we do, we're taking control of it. And so I'm saying that it's baking traffic, step 2 baking, etc. And here I'm giving a percentage of how far it is along. But if I don't get to the closing statement, if I have an error in my code that exits before then, even if it's silent, then that window just stays up there. It keeps counting away. Yep, there it is. However, even though that's still running, I can interact with Unity. Okay, so a car, I don't need that one. Next, traffic designer. Let's try baking again. Clear the current errors or any current issues. Bake. I do expect, that's not what I expected. What is this one? Traffic designer line 476. Okay, that's what we're calling the bake function. Goes to here. All right, which leads us to this. And if we're getting an index out of exception, is this the full one? Index was outside the bounds of the array, which is not what I have set here. What was the index outside the boundaries of the array? Positions, F12. Unsafe node position. That would imply that I'm getting, oh, I'm exceeding the boundaries of this. This should be max times 12. So a single vector 3, that should work. Unless my 0 is also starting moving up 1. Are my offsets off? Yeah, we end up getting to this line. Did I not save this? Control R. I should trigger a new build. Local build. Nothing's happening. Let's leave that up there for now. Oh, hey, that other thing went away finally. Clear. And now, oh, that one closes the tab. That window in case it's up there. It's a cleanup. That seems to be the case anyway. Let's go back to bake again. So traffic design. Oh, inspector. There we go. Traffic designer, bake. Well, first off, let's try building again. Okay. There we go. Took 2 seconds or less. That seemed like it came up instantly. So maybe 2 milliseconds. All right. Next, bake. We run this. We did get the index was out of bounds of the array, which causes the rest of this to stay up there. And if I go to here, clear inactive is not a thing. Just one there. Thank you. All right. Nothing's happening. Oh, is that window still there, but it's just now in the background? Okay. No, it just went away on its own. All right, so still, we are indexes outside the boundaries of the array, and that is line 79 here. So that's the point where it was going out of bounds. But that also indicates that we have not exceeded node.max. Because, okay, we get to here, we find out that the node A is the index that we want. So map A, this is an array of integers. These are indexes. And so I'm checking through our list of indexes on here to see if we already have the index. Doing it that way. Okay, I'm not entirely positive what I'm doing on these lines right here, why I'm connecting them in both directions on this one. Take the node, I make the map going in either direction, but I'm only working with one node. I'm not setting that node. I should only have, inside the final data, I should only have a map connection point. A node should only have a connection to that same point, but okay, let's go off to the node, not the node. I want the baking code. Or this is the baking code. I want the structure it's being baked to. That's okay, that's this. This is the structural node for it. So up here we've got node position where we're setting it. We pass the information and what? I wonder why the exception isn't getting thrown from here. Maybe unsafe code doesn't trigger the exceptions directly, but it gets bubbled up. So inside of this one, connect node, that's where we run that on line 79. So if we're getting the index out of bounds, that means that it's happening here where we're trying to mess with the... No, the exception gets thrown out here because this is where we're actually using it. All it's doing is creating the memory point here, but inside of this, we get to the managed memory and it says that no, it's not happy with it. Oh, you need to see my screen. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would help. Is that better? Okay, there we go. Thank you. I still need ding messages or some sort of alert to pop up to indicate that someone sent a message. Otherwise, I'm not going to see the screen. Okay, so back over here. We've got the connect nodes. I still shouldn't be getting this because if we exceed the count, if we go to node max, then we shouldn't be exceeding the count. Oh, that means I'm probably getting the exception because of this count, not because of this one, map B. Otherwise, the exception should be pointing out the lines over inside of the node index or node position functions. Like it calls on node position, which is using an array, but that's not where the error was happening. Here, we are looking at the vector positions, and we are basing it off of an index that we got from map B index. That's got to be the exception here. Okay, I got to do a try catch on this one. Try. Because that tells me my data coming into this is not formed correctly. Positions, map B index. All right, so we're going to try that one. And no, I don't want a console line. I want to see what the error is. Oh, also, I should do editor utility in this one. Editor utility dot close. No. What was it? Progress bar. Clear progress bar? Is that the word? Okay. Clear progress bar. We have a progress bar open, and I want to get that one canceled because that one just sits there the whole time. But if we have an error here, we're breaking the display progress. Okay. Editor utility clear progress bar throw. Console right line. Clear progress bar. We want debug log. Well, yeah, we need a debug log. Debug.log error baked traffic dot connect node. And now I need some variables that are going to come out of this. Or I throw that in there. All right, let's do it that way. And then connect. Save that. It's not going to debug it very well if that hook is not in there. Once it's finished baking or compiling. There we go. Okay, that's probably still on the one from last time. So let's clear this data out. Over here, let's double check any background tasks. Hey, where are my background tasks? There it is. Nothing. Okay, now we're going to try to collect the data. Oh, I don't need this part. That's fine. I mean, I'll probably need to debug that later if my incoming data is wrong, but there's no point in doing it now. I don't know what the problem with the data is yet. All right. Save all that and continue. Okay, I don't care about the add function. Continue. Okay, so that should still be back here. Yeah, it went to importing assets, so I still didn't close stuff out properly. Anyway, so I tried, and that said it took a lot of seconds. Okay, wait a second. I've been getting that same error. Elapsed milliseconds times 1,000, and I list that as seconds. No, divided by 1,000. Okay, that makes more sense. Where's Unity? There. Okay. Yay. Clear. And that one's still. Is it actually baking? No, it's not. This is responsive. All right. We're going to try this. Okay. 0.007 seconds. That is, it was almost instantaneous. So that's what it felt like. That works. Okay. Next, we have the data baked. Now we have the data generated. Now we're going to try baking again. Okay, I got the exception, which means we are in an errored state. So first off, let's check out index. We're at index of 65. Okay, yeah, that could be. And then map B has how many? Map B has 61. Or 60 elements, and we're asking for index 65. That is definitely broken. Why are we adding for index of 65 or asking for index of 65? All right, so map B is being generated. Where are we holding map B? This one is getting stored or called from bake. Okay, I need a notepad. There's going to be more information. I'll likely lose track of what I am trying to do. So the index is I. That's based on the position's length. So am I using the wrong index for this? Should this one be based off of I from here? I think that's the case. In this case, I'm using map. I'm trying to use the mapping indexes. In fact, down here, I'm setting up the indexes based on map B. And over here, we've got map B index, but I'm trying to get the position from that. So that's not index. What was index doing? That's if the index of I ties together, of map AI matches. So this is not an index for map A or map B. This is an index for the value it gets out of map A or map B. And that means it's the same thing for over here. So that is not index, that is I. Stop, let it error. Okay, so that is likely not the fault of any code bringing data into it. And then I'll be able to get rid of the try catch. Try catches are inefficient code. It can be pretty expensive to do a try catch. It basically has to wrap it all up and check for the state. Okay, it just didn't move me over. All right, save it. And so our original data should be fine. Let's go to bake. Bake. Okay. Did it finish baking? It was minute amount of data, but I think it finished. Where's my bake call? Yeah, we wouldn't have even seen anything if that were all done. So I'm going to put in a debug log here. Debug.log bake completed. Also, do we have the watch? It's stopwatch. So stopwatch was new. Sure. Hey, where's my stop? Oh, with the lowercase. No, just accept it as is. Now give us the actual item. Thank you. All right, so we've got a stopwatch, and we're going to say watch.start. At the end, we will say watch.stop. Does this return the value by any chance? No. Okay, completed, and let's put a time frame on this. Took plus watch dot elapsed milliseconds divided by 1000 f plus seconds. Okay, so we got a report on that now. That'll compile back. Okay, bake. 0 seconds. Okay, honestly, that does make sense. The baking process is actually pretty light. I don't have any safety checks in there yet. render distance squared, which is 774 times squared. Okay. In that case, let's go check out some of the data. Where is this? Car procedural data, and then car. We've got 128 mappings and 128 nodes. So let's go over to baked. No, procedural baked. We ended up with 102 nodes at the end of it. That makes, I think that makes sense. I'm not entirely positive. It seems like something might be off there. All right, so now an issue that I'm facing inside of this. Ooh, naming fault. Cause someone lazy could say point index, but he decided to call it index. That's a reasonable statement. So over here, where I'm using index, this is the index to node. Yeah, I do need better namings for the indexes because I am using multiple layers of indexes within indexes. So these would count more as pointers. Okay. Honestly, I am facing an issue now where I was originally trying to get this code to just get out within 2 weeks and be done with it, or not be done with it, but to have something that I can post online. And so I was not taking the time to uh, more carefully consider and design or plan each of the steps as I go. I was just trying to take a shot at all of this stuff. However, because I hit so many performance blockers on the procedural side, I wasn't even planning on putting a procedural system in here. I was planning on it just being manually designed, but after seeing how many points there were, like 300,000, that's not reasonable for passing on to designer work, even if the code makes it easier to work with. So now I'm trying to build in the procedural generation system for the NavMesh, and that's getting expensive. And I'm also doing it without putting a proper design element into it, so I'm not considering as much towards naming. Okay, but in this case, I got all the data. Okay, now let's draw the data. Control Shift B. This is the data. Is that correct? Oh, another thing. This is the data for the cars. Let's put the cars on this one where I start over. Oh, right next to it. Let's put all the cars over here and see what happens. Some of them are going to get stuck on the walls because if it comes up to here, it then has a point where it's trying to go through the wall over to this point. That's definitely not going to work. Also, one thing that we're seeing is that the rendering displays these three circles, but it's only displaying one point. It took me a little bit to remember exactly what's happening here, but this vertice, this corner, is from three different triangles merging together on it. And that means that this point actually is represented. There's 3 points that are stored at the exact same vertice. So the vertices on the triangles for the actual, or the polygons, I've got one right there, but that same one is shared by this surface, and this surface. So there are at least 3 points, and the circles are generated by taking the normal of that surface and pushing the point out, because the cars aren't trying to reach the point here directly on the surface. They're trying to reach it sticking out. And so anyway, I've got 3 points now. Those are not merged, which at least I don't think they are. No, I should have lines connecting between them, but I don't. Actually. Oh, no. I think the merging is working here. Because otherwise it would have taken a point from here, a point from here, and a point from here. But then I don't think it cleared up the original nodes at all. I think I only cleared up mappings. Because in this case, when I merged the nodes, I've still got the original node there, but all of its data has been collected by one point over here. Okay, this makes sense. I transferred all its data, so we've got empty nodes. Some cars might just sit here on corners. But let's try it out. Traffic. So if I'm in here, this is the traffic car. Now this is using traffic baked. We're going to use procedural traffic baked, and that should be using, the car should just show up over here. What have we got? We've got 100 cars. Let's test this out. Oh, I didn't save the scene. Okay, I got cars. Oh, why are you over here? What are you doing? Okay. This is actually a lot closer to what I was expecting. Ah, what are you doing? Okay, let's go back over to scene view. Control-Shift-B. Why are a bunch of them up there? There's no points there. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Traffic car. Oh, really? So that might imply that the data that's being generated is actually broken. It's trying to get a traffic index. It's on this line. And pick next target. Its next target n equals the nodes for the target index. That indicates we received something that doesn't exist. And I think, let's go into here. So pick next target. What are the other things? I think the car keeps trying to move. Is that the case? Car pressure to drive. This is based on the angle. So we keep trying to steer towards the original target. Steering should work, but I'm not getting it. It's not showing up. Okay, let's go back to this. All the cars should still just be based on this. Truck traffic still using the old truck traffic route, but also makes mistakes. So some of my data is malformed. All right. Now let's take a look at the cars. What are you looking at? Wait, where are you even going? Oh, I selected the cube. What? All of the cars are making their... Okay, no, some of the cars are heading away. What are you doing? No, I want that car, that car, that car, that car, that car. Traffic. You're heading to a point way over here. What? Why is the traffic converging back over to here? That's old traffic data. Oh. Okay, let's do a check on this. When I'm baking, do I actually clear out the original data? Or am I still depending on it being there? Okay, let's check this out. Bake traffic. So inside of here, radius, node positions, we set the node positions length because we're expecting that. And then we're also getting indexes out of the boundaries of what we're expecting. So something is definitely wrong there. I have to reconsider that whole process. What do we have? Node A, node B. I was having baking problems before where the cars were going in places I wasn't really expecting, but it was still generally staying in that same structure. So now over here we have connection. So what's going on with bake? Let's find the usage call of it. Traffic editor, that's over here. We're trying to bake this. We're passing in all the data for it. Okay, nothing happens to clear out the baking data beforehand. So F12. Now we go up to this one. We're setting the nodes to this. Yeah, nodes is the only thing that exists inside of here. Got it. Okay. Oh, if I run into an error where we run out of range from what we can attach, that does mean that other indexes are still going to potentially be stored that do reference that same point. So even though it's on the map A, map B side, where I've got a mapping, it's my array of pointers, basically. Yeah, okay. Do I want to just rebuild the whole baking system for that? Because the baking system is small. This is it right here. I mean, we've got the data structure up here, but then here's the functions to actually bake the code right there and right there. There's not that much to it. In fact, this one's not even necessary anymore because we figured out what the issue was there. So that shrinks the code down. And one part of it is just exposing a design issue. Okay, recreating this one from scratch would probably be the easiest way, or at least to reconsider it as I'm writing. Let's go through the lines to begin with to understand exactly what's happening. So nodes, I set the nodes to equal a new array of nodes. That is our only set of data on this class. So to begin with, we create a subclass inside of it. Wait a minute. That one, subclass. I do have radius stored up here. All right, let's get that below there. Okay. All right. So radius, what are we checking with radius? So if I check radius, why do I have a smaller radius? We pass the radius in, and we're storing the radius for the baked traffic because we want to know that information. And then when we establish the data, what are we getting here? We've got the position. Oh yeah, from that position, we just need to know the radius. So we're not actually storing it. It's not modifying any of the data. It's just being stored for how far away from that point do we count it before a car can move on to the next one. So for car traffic, it would make sense for that to be shorter than truck traffic. So truck traffic can decide to start turning sooner. Okay, so these are the only two fields that we have inside of here. Got it? Set for later use, not used in baking. Okay, the nodes, we set it to the positions length, exactly the amount of positions coming in. We're expecting the data is already massaged down. We just need to reform it into something that makes faster sense at the runtime. All right, so now we have positions. We're going to go through every item in the positions. Okay, that's obvious enough. For each one of these, we then generate a new node. Okay, what type of data am I using? Just a normal array. Okay. So we've got the new node. Node.normal equals normal's I. So we're storing the normal. The node does want the normal in here. Why? Do I even use the normal? What do I use the normal for? Let's find out. What do I use the normal for? Find all references. Look at. Car transform dot look at n dot normal. So the node's normal. Oh, okay. We do use this so that we understand the gravity of the world. That doesn't need the gravity of the world. That can use the gravity of the. Oh, got it. We create a car. A car shows up in the world. It shows up at one of the points when it first starts. And then it needs to know how to orient that car to the surface. So the normal is stored for that process. Now, we also have another thing being used in the traffic system. What is this one? Look at, so we've picked up where is our next node. We're going to look at that one, and we're going to make sure the car is already oriented in the correct position we need for what its up will become. Now, do I actually set the car's gravity here? Or do I just depend on the fact that it is close to that, to the surface to already set it? Either one should work. Okay, next one, trailer, look at. So this one is using n.normal. That's node, right? Node, n, yes. Okay. So this is orienting the setup of the instantiation of a truck. Okay, so next we also have caboose. So we have car, trailer, and caboose that are all they all have different instantiations. So that's all just instantiation. That's fine. Okay, so we set the normal, only used for car instantiation. Instantiation. All right, we set the position. Position should already have the normal added to it. I'll bet it doesn't. Okay, so if I go back to here, oh, I had baking going on. There are changes in the code, so that's not going to be there. But I don't think I ever set up that data to match this. I think I need to add the normals now. Okay, so in that one, that should be position equals position plus node.normal times radius. That's how far away from the surface, but also how close you get into it. So it's a sphere that it's detecting from that height. The height should be about the same as what the cars are traveling. So when I bake this, I want to know the typical height for that type of traffic, which is why the nodes, they're separate nodes for trucks and cars. Okay. All right, so minor bugs and issues. Next, we need to connect the nodes. Now with node connection, we're trying to produce a map that goes from A to B, but what is it actually doing here? So the connect node, we go through map A length. Oh, got it. Okay, so first off, we're checking everything. This is not to try to connect different sets of node or anything. Basically, what we've got in there, we're making the exact same command, but instead, we're also running it for map A, map B, and map B, map A. And the reason for that is because that's a connection. So map A connects to map B. But when I'm adding it, I'm not adding it on both sides of the direction. I only add one direction of it because in the designer tool, I only needed to render. I wanted to be able to render those lines. And that's what's important, which means I need to know each one of those, but I only need it for one direction. However, when I'm inside of this, I need to check then to see was a line created from this point going to another one or that one going to this one. And so I need to check it both directions. And so when I come into here, I pass in the index, which is for the position that I'm at. And I say, hey, for this position, check to see, let's see, that's I that I'm passing in. So that's node position. Check to see if any of the indexes listed in here in map A, so that's, I guess, a pointer, equal the same index as the node we're looking at. And if it does, we want to add it to the nodes. We want to add the B point to the node so it knows about it. Okay. All right. So node position, this makes sense. Node count is initially 0, so we're setting the node count. Node count. We are resetting the values to 0. That should be fine. Yeah. Okay. When I start a new one, we are generating a completely new block of memory for it in the heap, so that's just fine. Node indexes, we set what we're getting from map B. The index is just our pointer to the position. And then this one, we're using the pointer to the position to get the actual position. So node positions is an array of vector 3s. That way we already have a direct reference to where we need to go, and we don't need to go jump around multiple points in memory for this. That wouldn't actually matter if we had to. That leap in memory is happening. So we've got the nodes, this array of vector 3s, and when we're trying to connect to it, it's 3 cache lines, which means I'm forcing a cache miss, because that's 3 sets. So first one, you don't know exactly where we're going because we just took an index to grab a value, and that gave us the point in memory where that struct sits. Next, we have another struct sitting there. Actually, in this case, how much data does that take? Maybe it would make more sense to split that to 2 arrays. No. Okay. Yeah, whatever. That's nothing I'm concerned with yet. Okay, so node position, node count. We set it to the positions that we just got in. So we know here's the position. We've got the vector 3 for that target position of what we would be heading to. So our current node equals the index of what we found in map A. That's the same index for the current node that we have. Yes. Okay. Now that we have map A, or we have that index, we're going to take map B, the second point it connects to. And that's what we're connecting over to indexes. We increase the count, so we are storing all the information that we need. We use node count because we are incrementing it at the end, and we have a limit on here to understand when we reach that boundary, which I don't think we've actually triggered. I was expecting no more than 6 points. For like a cube, you've got a point, and then you've got effectively 6 potential faces that you could head off to, at least in the current architectural design of the environment, that we wouldn't likely pass anything more complicated than that. However, because it is faces, it is entirely possible that I have a whole bunch of faces like in a circle that all come together, and so I have like 20 different triangles all converging on the same vertex. That would blow this one up. All right, count node. Okay, so this one seems correct. We're adding the node, we're upgrading the data. I don't see anything that's triggering something wrong there. So we increment the node, we're saying nodes I equals this new node that we've just wired up. We've set its normal, we've set its position. We do have the radius selected on it now, so that's being included in the normal to push it away from the surface. And if that's correctly set up, that means that the cars, oh, and this is getting baked, so I have to rebake the data for that to work. But that means that when I bake the data, oh, I'm not going to run the baked data yet. I'm going to test it again. We'll see if the cars, where they're headed, point to a direct spot on the surface, or if they are away from the surface. Let's test this out. Play. Because that would indicate that I was correct, that I did need to add that. All right, most of the data is over here. I can't see it from here. I need scene view. There. Got a bunch of cars heading over to those spots. What about you guys? What are you doing? Oh, you're trying to find your way up there. Okay, well, let's select one of you guys. Nope, that one. Perfect, thank you. Okay, now this is going to show us where it's going. After it gets up to that point, it now picked another point. Is it right on the surface? That is right on the surface. That means that the normals were necessary. Okay, so let's rebake this data again. Stop. Actually, I could probably rebake live. They'll get to their points. They'll try to get to another one. The data hasn't actually changed. The only thing that's changed is the offsets. Okay, so given that, don't need all this stuff in Zone A, Zone C. Where is that? Traffic Designer, bake. Index array is out of bounds. Okay, so it doesn't like something about that. All right, bake, clear. And let's try it once more, bake. Okay, operated very, very quickly. Now let's play. There. Where are you headed? Okay, yeah, you're trying to get directly to this corner. That shouldn't be happening. Where are you going? Oh, you're trapped. Wait, did you just navigate around it? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. I don't even have a navigation system that allows it to deal with obstacles, but it just did. And that's just to do with the physics system. Okay, it pushes off of here and... Does it make a correction somehow? Like that one, it just flew away and now it's correcting itself, pointing towards the direction it's supposed to go. This is more like emergent behavior. Whoa, 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 what? Why is this here and that's way over there? Okay, no, I don't want center, I want the pivot. Okay, good, that's better. Did we get the data that is 6 meters away from the surface? And the answer is no. And it's also, again, looking at old data that was on this section. Oh, I know why. The constructor was setting it up to point to things. Yeah, I've got a good idea of exactly what's happening here. Prefabs, car. I believe the car system, the NPC system. That's what I want. I want a traffic car. There we go. Traffic car also needs to know the traffic system that it's using. So in this case, baked procedural. That means when I instantiate this, I should set this code. Okay, let's do that. Where is my car factory? Traffic. This is my traffic factory. Let's go into this code and let's just fix that while we are here. So inside of this one, we instantiate the new car. Now I also need to get, let's see, car.get component. And that one needs to be, which system was it? Not traffic system. If I select one of the cars, a traffic car, I'm looking at, scroll down. Here we go. This is the traffic car system. So traffic car. Traffic car. So we get that component and then dot traffic. Okay, baked traffic. That's what we're looking for. Equals, and it needs to be the same baked traffic that we're using. So baked traffic node, traffic, right? Just traffic, baked traffic. There it is. So traffic equals traffic. Okay. That resets the cars automatically, so I won't run into this error again. When it constructs it, it guarantees that it gets used for the proper driving system. Okay. Play. Then all the cars should end up staying over by the original. So I still had the baked traffic for the other data. No, over here. I don't know what I just hit enter to. Worth, okay. Just to be on the safe side, Worth confirmed scriptable object are not having stale or broken data because the scriptable object serialization is a real devil. Yeah, agreed. And I'm not sure how old that message is. Does this actually show me timestamps? That'd be nice. Timestamps, yay. Okay. 11:17. That was a while ago you sent that. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. What are these ones? There's still ones that seem like they're drifting upwards. Okay, where are all my cars? Here's all my traffic cars. Let's watch what they're doing. Why is everything trying to get up there? Or on its way back? Oh, that's a lot of physics processing data. If I zoom in, does that get rid of some of it? Okay, why is it all trying to go up there to begin with? Every single one of them is trying to get to... It has an initial destination point, and I bet the traffic car tries to go to 0. In the game, 0 used to be right over here. And so I don't think I ever noticed that the cars would have all just... The cars were all mapped right around this area. I don't think I would have noticed that all the cars would have tried to make their way right over here first. It just would have been a jumbled set of traffic of like, what are you trying to do? Okay, so let's just select a car. Okay, so now you're making your way down here. But you're going straight down to the point. The point should have the normal data attached to it. However, wait, now where are you going? Oh, your connection is over here. So you got down to there, and now you're making a new connection to this point. Now it should be a triangle if I'm right, so it'll probably try to go back up to here once it stops messing with this other car and gets back to this point. No, steer towards it. Come on. It's trying to steer towards it, but the physics is pushing it away. Okay, so as the car is driving through this... Oh, that was too old. Okay. The cars don't have enough steering power. The physics will push them around it. So that also deals with like their own collisions. Come on, get closer. Once you can get within 6 meters, you can go away from that point. I could arrange this so that that distance is much farther. Interesting. Okay. But now, how are the cars moving? Generally speaking, it does seem like most of the cars are trying to stay on here. Oh, that's interesting. They can't get to their points because now the points of like this one are embedded inside of here because this is where two surfaces collide. Yeah, it's trying to get down to here, but it's stuck. Because there is another surface like right here. Yeah, that's another thing that this is supposed to solve. So once the point is sticking away from here, I do need to do a raycast check. Part of the data on this of baking the data is I needed to do a raycast check to make sure that it can get to there, that there's no actual walls blocking it. Eventually, all the cars will get stuck here. That's if they can get away from this point over here. Cool. And there's a heck of a lot over here. What are these cars doing? I have a feeling the traffic car. I want another script on another function on this one. What is the function that lets me tell the system? What is the function that lets me tell the system that this class or this game object, if I select one of the sub objects from the scene, it should automatically select this parent instead? I think that was just an attribute that I add to the script itself. But I'm going to look that up. Unity C# attribute or code that marks a game object as a child of another. So when you select it, it automatically selects the parent instead. Because I don't care about all the subcomponents of the car in almost all cases. So the first time I click on it, I want it to just take me to the car. Not tag. No, I don't want general. This is all just basic stuff. Okay. Selection base. That's it. Okay. Is there an actual C# way to do it? Like just not by adding that. I'm wondering if there's a function that I can call. Okay, it's not like a command or anything that you add. It's doing these extra steps. That makes sense, and I don't want to do that for all of them. Okay, so in that case, I'll just add selection base. Traffic car gets a selection base. Also, where was traffic car? Oh, the truck should get that too, which the truck I think still uses traffic car underneath the hood. Did this have what it was trying to connect to? Target. Do I have? It should be like a truck connector. Okay, there we go. Truck connector counts the two different items. It should still have a car. It won't have a driver on the other ones. That's fine. I seldom interact directly with those ones anyway. Truck car, though, does have different codes. So traffic car is over here. We're going to put selection based on this as well. Okay, good. Now return to Unity and stop the code or restart the code. Okay, I do know that there's two key things that I need to start getting into here, and I might as well get them in now. And that'll deal with some of the bugs that I'm running into anyway, and maybe enough to account for everything. Okay, so I need to do a raycast. Let's just bring that up. Notepad. No, I'll add it to the baking code. Comments to the baked code. To do. Which one is this? Check from both ends. Oh, I'm connecting node. I set the position. So we say the position that's supposed to be sticking away from the surface when we bake it. Okay. Oh yeah, but check from both ends the for raycast blocking the point. Access to the point. Move the point to the raycast spot. Okay, that one has a lot of potential tweaking that it could use, but also it depends greatly on the environment. So right now I have that V shape that cuts right into a spot where that makes it a horrible driving experience. You can get your car wedged. And depending on how much, how forced it is into there, you might not be able to get it back out. Maybe, you know what? I can try it. That can be one of the things I actually test out. So stop, play. Is it going to play? Reloading domain. Oh, what was the other thing? Well, I'm waiting for that to finish up whatever it's doing. The second one, um, oh, it just finished. Okay. All right. So that point was over here. That's what we're connected to. So, no, no, out of my way, car. Okay, so here's the point people are getting wedged at. There. I'm wedged about as much as possible. I can no longer turn. I can get out of it pretty easily, though. Did a car stuff itself under? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm stuck. Okay, that's definitely a design flaw. Plus the ground on the surface of this. So if I go underneath the car, there is a surface under here. This one is not properly connected, but there's a car that got stuck on the outside. And then there's this one driving around that's just outside the world because it somehow escaped it. There's mine, but the only reason I can see that is because there's a wall right here. There. Okay. That is a design flaw. And I can't grab individual objects on this because of the way everything was built. It's an FBX. So I don't have access to each of the item. Oh, I do. Okay. And then that gets that one. There. Now let's take that whole object and move it out a little bit farther, like here. Sure. And then the space over here and this one is not lined up properly. Is this got a parent item? It does have this connected above it, which probably has a couple other objects. So, oh, okay, that's a larger complex structure. Let's branch that one down a bit. I want to get that one lined into the surface to plug it in a little bit better. How is that lined up now? Okay. Oh, that also means that these ones have downward facing surfaces. Does this have an upside down? Yeah. So that means that surfaces are going to get created here, technically outside the boundaries of the game. Okay. Anyway, let's take that, Control S. And let's see how well that plays now. Oh, we need to take the data and rebuild it. So try and bake. Perfect. Now play. So the data has been updated. Okay, all the cars are over here. There is now space to get around over here. Excellent. There might still be cars underneath. I get caught up in the gameplay. Okay. There. Okay. Stop that one. Why are ones going so high? I haven't looked to see if the cars are actually going where I expect them to, but it does look like I have a bunch flying off into different directions here. Let's fly up a little bit from there. Turn it. The camera is oriented based on gravity as well, so if the car gets kind of stuck, like its gravity is actually trying to take it down that way, then I don't get to see that. That's more like it's right here. But it has a different up vector. So, yeah, there we go. Camera's much better now. Where's everyone going? Okay, it's like a bunch of cars are still trying to make their way to zero. Okay, not concerned with that at the moment. Next. Okay, so there were two things that I was talking about wanting to fix inside of the code. The first was we need to do raycast. The second one is to do... We need to combine merge corners. So on the corner, the vertices are what's supposed to be connected. And we can end up where all of them come up from the same vertice point, but then the actual point it generates is 4 meters away from the surface in the normal of that triangle. However, they're obviously connected. So if we find multiple points that share the same origin, then that origin is all the points from that origin need to be connected as a car could travel and then rotate or turn in those spots. Okay, merge corners I think are going to be the easier one. And the merging shouldn't be happening here. Neither end should be happening here in the baking process. The designer is what's responsible for this. X. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, let's go over to the designer code. The procedural code is what's supposed to be generating it. So it's the procedural system. Okay, so here we are merging close enough. We also need to put in another merge here. And we should erase duplicates before we do that part though. So let's Control X and get rid of that. Delete. And then at the end of here, that's where we're going to be doing those ones. Now, inside of this one, I have a merge gap of 6F. That was an attempt to try to take those and merge them into one corner on the end, but I don't have anything that takes the normals and averages the normals out as well. And ideally, I should be doing that. In fact, if I did that, aside from potential V shapes that are cutting into or between certain buildings, that should resolve most of it if I get the normals to merge as well. Okay, so what do I do inside of my merging code? So here we're merging, open to be compared, and now we are merging the two values. All we're doing is merging the traffic points, but I need to take the average of the two normals now as well. We shouldn't end up with a case where we have two square buildings connecting. And let me get a physical model of this one. I just need a simple cube. Hey, come on, fold under there. I have to make a cube out of a weird set of triangles. There, we got a cube. And do we have another cube? No. I'll make one. And there, good. Now to flip those ones around one more time. There. And now the second time, that's opening that up for the square. I've got this shape that reforms there. Okay. So I've got two squares, and basically if I ended up with a point where I had two squares like this, then there would be a spot where it comes out over here and the average would be directly mirroring each other. And so the average of the two would cause it to disappear. However, thanks to the magic of float math, it wouldn't completely go to zero, or very likely would not go to zero. So anyway, let's average these out. I'm not going to get a completely accurate average because as I have more than 2 points that combine at the same spot, then I'm going to be getting the last one to be 50% with the other one because I'm not going to average all of them out at the same time. I could, because I'm taking the mappings. No, not the mappings. It's not where this one is running. I'm generating the mappings here. So I'm merging it. I'm saying these two nodes are connected, but I need to define that when I say that, when I say that these two nodes are connected, I need, this is where I'm doing this. I'm taking the mappings length and I'm just taking those positions and combining all the positions together. Okay. We take our positions, distance from the surface. We mark that the second used one is no longer there. We take the traffic design mappings and we are just moving mappings over. That's all it is. We're moving the connections so that the original node or the new node doesn't get used and all of its mappings got moved over to the original one. Okay. Now the second issue on here is that I need to take any of those nodes that did have the same connection. So this is what? This is two specific nodes. Yeah, we're N1 and N2. Those are the two nodes, and we're doing a comparison to see how they compare. So N1 and N2, we've decided that they are close enough. So now to merge them, we mark that it's unused. We go through the loop. Before we go through the loop, let's merge it right here for the positions. So we need the average position. So var POS, var AVG equals, and this one is going to be, it's not N1 position. There we go. Node1.normal plus node2.normal. And so I'm getting the vectors in here, adding those ones together, and then not adding them. Yeah, I'm adding them. Okay. After I add them, I'm dividing by 2. So that way I get my average between them, but an average is not going to be another normal. So at least it's not guaranteed to be one. Normalized. Average equals the normalized version. And in that case, I don't need to actually store that. I can say that n1.normal, not n1, I need node1.normal equals, and we're setting it to the new normal. Okay, so now so in other words, when we had our two objects next to each other, like this, then an object, do I have something to point with? Ooh, does this work? And how bright is it going to be on here? Okay, that works somewhat well. All right, so we need to connect these 2 points. Something comes up along the surface here, realizing that these two sides come together. And so we have a point that is really bright. Okay. And now we have two normals. We have one normal that comes up, and then we have one normal from this side that comes over. And so we need to cross them, and I can't make something that points in between. I need a 3D object for that. I can't use a beam of light. There we go. So comes up this way, comes out this way. The average is going to point straight out. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, so that one should have dealt with the first problem, or not merging corners. That would have dealt with part of an issue we were facing. But still, the final data, when it's actually trying to use those points, it's not actually getting down to where it's supposed to go. Okay, so the problem with that is still in the baked traffic system. So in the baked traffic system, when we add a position, we set the node position, this is not supposed to be at the surface. We're supposed to be taking the normal, and we're supposed to add the normal times whatever radius distance away from it. That means the point it's trying to reach should be away from the surface. No, stop. I'm trying to navigate the code in 3D, so I started holding the right click button and using like the AWSD keys to move around the code. But I just meant the scroll wheel. Okay, node.position, node.normal. We set the node position. Now, did we actually care about the normal? No, the normal is just used that when something renders starts at that position, we know the up vector. Okay, that's all it was needed. Okay, now I am just storing this as vector 3. Yeah, so it's not a quaternion. It's, yeah, up vector. Then we connect our nodes. That should be giving us our position. Every node position should be set up away from the surface it's on. Unless my normal somehow comes out as 0. That's the only thing that I can think of. But I did just make a change to some of the other codes. So let's test that. Let's go back into Unity. Hey, did I save this? Yeah, okay. Is this it? Is it? Do I actually get all the squares on this one object? That was a really close number. So basically the number of items it gets is 100. That's how many items it can actually target. And apparently that was the count of items across here. There might be something where one of these triangles on the surface doesn't connect across, but it didn't generate any other points along this. In there, maybe? No? Cool. All right. Now, looking at this one does appear that the surface is up higher. And down here, when I get to this one, okay, this is the drawing system. The design system uses the normal and the position to say where to draw this point. So it's generated it off of that. So when I try to bake it, the baking data is different than the design data. It now permanizes the point because I don't care about the point of origin at runtime. Play. Wait, not play, bake. Now that I have the data, let's, try it. And clear this out. That took 0.002 seconds. And bake, 0 seconds. All right. Now that we're baking, let's play. And I can follow the cars to see what the cars are doing. Maybe I should see what why the cars keep going to world origin to begin with as well. So that would be in traffic car. Okay, we'll let this one go for a second while that's running. Oh, I don't have run always. Okay. I suppose that's good. I don't have a bunch of background music happening. What are we seeing? the perfect tool to demo. Unfortunately, that one was from 11:48, and it is now 11:53 my time, 5 minutes later. Sorry, I didn't see it sooner. So I'm not honestly even sure what the perfect tool referred to. All right, so over here, anyway, traffic car. Traffic car initially sets up, it has the target index, previous index, it has a vector 3 for the target, it has a normal for the target. Okay, so now during the update, let's see, target index, previous index, 0 is acceptable in these ones. And if 0 is acceptable, then that means that it can match one of the indexes that it really wants to use, which would be why everything is probably trying to head to origin 0. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. We do the update. Distance, radius. If distance is less than radius, and that is to the traffic node from point position, so we have a transform. Wait a minute. What? No. No. Traffic node from point. This is suggesting that I'm creating 3D objects, that these ones are targeting a 3D object. Traffic node from point. The traffic car shouldn't be paying attention to that. It should be getting its data just from the baked traffic. Okay, so where do we get our data from? Traffic node, traffic rotation. We decide we do need to get it. Traffic node from point. Where do we ever even set that? Pick next target. Okay, if our distance is less than radius, so we're close enough, then we say pick next target. All right. So that's where we go get it from the traffic nodes. Now, inside of this concept of the target node from point, that never exists. So we would get a null. Why? None of the rest of this stuff should work. Okay, back to the game. And now over to scene view. Let's pick a car. Nope, train is selected. Thank you. So now, what are you looking at? Okay, I got the traffic car. Over here in the traffic car, traffic node from point. Oh, that's an object inside of it. Okay, got it. I'm looking at this wrong. So we're looking at traffic node from point. That is a point directly in the front of the car. We don't want the center of the car to have to get over the driving node. We want it to be the front of the car that's heading towards it. Okay, got it. Traffic node from point. This is more like front bumper. Okay, you need to watch a video by Dan Violet Segmiller, Unity DOD. Oh, what is this? Why are you using transform? Yeah, so I've got a transform that's stored on the object, and I could recalculate it every time, but I can also just reference where it's, well, Unity's recalculating it then. So I could recalculate where that is, but I would still have to do it. I'd have to have that offset, and sometimes I find the easiest solution is just to get the point, just to have a child object. Did I just hear knocking? No, I doubt it. Okay, traffic node from point dot position. All right. Yeah, so in my update, I am doing that check every single time. I would still need to do a calculation on it, so it's basically just like the local point, but then I also have to create the rendering tool to draw it out, and I was skipping the tool generation when I made this. I can improve the performance on that part, but I was also figuring I'm only going to put in like 200 cars this time and hit the limits I was before. Actually, I should be able to get more than 200 cars because I'm not going higher than the 29 raycasts that it needs to do. than the basic car needs to do. I don't care if the traffic it has mistakes in it. However, I am planning on putting in one more physics check in it to deal with a smoother physics transition. But yes, I was using a transform in there and not my own transform. The cars, I don't have the car set up as the cars. I'm still using Unity physics inside of this one. It's not my physics engine completely. It's just using a little bit of it. The one that I had built before the higher performance one. And that's just because I wanted more tooling inside of the Unity editor at this time, and I didn't want to waste the time actually building out the tooling for it. Okay, forward, transform forward, vector 3, and there's a lot I can do to increase the performance. Okay, so we pick next target, but we don't have a target to begin with. So inside of this one, what is our target? If I look at the cars, the target for this car target is 0. It initializes to 0, so its initial target is 0, which is why everything is heading to here, and until its distance reaches that gap. That's what's going on. Solution. Stop. Okay, so it also is supposed to store the distance it needs to reach that gap. Okay, so in that case, I can just modify the prefab for a traffic car. And inside of here, where do we have it? Target and radius. Radius. Do I reset the radius each time? No, when it gets instantiated, I need to set the target. That's the problem. I need to set the target in it, what its initial target is. All right, so it is in the factory. So now inside of this one is the traffic car system, which is traffic system. All right, so inside of here, we are setting its we're setting the target. We create the car, we set the target, but half of them are getting set to 0. Most of them are getting set to 0. Why? Traffic node index. We select a random traffic point, and that is exclusive on the top one. So that's still 0 to 1, or whatever the count is, -1. Yeah, that's all ints for that one. But we're setting the target. So where do we get the node? Inside of here, we're using n. So node comes from traffic nodes at the random index. Where do we get this random index from? Random index we generate. Again, random range, so we're going on ints. We get the total number of traffic nodes, and we are adding this to one of the traffic nodes. Its target is itself. No, that's not right. Traffic node index, got it, that's right. So this stuff where we're setting the target is based on the traffic node index. We get the next index. Okay, so we've got the original node. We do need to know that one. We say that the car's transform is at the position for the traffic node index. Okay, yeah, we pick a random one. Got it. Okay. So we pick a random traffic node within all of our traffic options. Later, that's going to be confined, and we're going to pick a point within basically the frustum. Not even that. We're probably going to create a shell border around the frustum so cars get generated just outside and try to pick a point closer to the center. That might be a little on the expensive side, but we'll see. Okay, traffic node index, random range, and count. No. So I'm not selecting a new target. I'm telling it, here is where we are. So we're starting. Oh, we've already picked a node. Got it. Yes. We've picked a node. We instantiate the car at the position of that node. Next, we set it to look at using the world up of the nodes, using the nodes normal for up, and the position based on the traffic node. So we've set how it's supposed to start out. We take the target, which I think rigid body might get a little upset by that one, by setting the value after instantiation. Okay, so car.target, its next target goes to the traffic node index that we look up, the new random one, which could technically be the same one that we're on. But either way, we grabbed one. Random range between 0 and n.count. It's supposed to be one of the items it can look at right now. So we get a random range. Now, node position, F12. Node position is using unsafe. We're using the byte return. Did I put anything wrong in this? A bunch of them still get the right thing, but can I exceed the boundaries of the index? We've got a total of max, so that's something between here. It should go between count and max. Max should never go above count. If it does, then I'm into undefined behavior, and I'm pretty sure .NET complains about it. But maybe the compiled code gets around it? I don't think so. I do need to watch my own videos. All right, return ref indexes index. Pass someone in, let's go back. We're telling it to look at the next target position. Oh, I can set this one beforehand. So let's go Control X and put that one in here. And instead of looking it up again, I'm just going to say target. What is that? Car.target. Because target is a vector 3. So we're going to look at that vector 3. Additionally, this one also makes sense to put in a different order. So inside of this one, we can say we're now going to use car.target. Okay. Now car.transform.lookout, we look at the new target. We've set the new target. Debug.log car init target plus, and this one is going to be the car.target index equals. Hey, wait a second. When I get the target index, I'm supposed to be setting the node that it's using inside the actual code for the traffic car. Okay, let's move traffic car over here. No, just there. That's fine. All right, so inside of here, when we pick the next target, do we actually set the node? Var node. So we get the node, but we don't keep the node. Okay. And up here, we don't have any node. We don't. Okay, so we're not using the node. We don't need to keep it. Only when it gets to the end of the node does it need to actually do the lookup for the data. Okay. Plus car.target index plus, and now equals plus, what is this one? Car.target. Plus plus JSON utility dot to JSON, and the object that I want that to be is the node, which is what? N. That way I can see the data that it's basing it off of as well. Oh, and finally, let's tie it to the car that it is, comma this. Cool. Now let's go back to the game. That should give me some adequate debugging information. Yeah, once I switch this to DoD, the performance should just skyrocket on this thing. But my initial intent with this is just make the game. This is more of a proof of concept almost, but I'm trying to target something simple to sell for a cheap amount of money. All right, so we've got the state. Now let's play it. Did any of the changes I just make require baking? No, it's how I'm using the baked data that's going on right now. Whoa, okay, what's that? Did I get a whole bunch of... Okay, let's pause this. What kind of data do we have here? So over in this one, we get the car init. Its target is set to 0. The JSON doesn't have a 0 option. The only... Wait a minute. The node is also missing something. I'm only getting the basic positions. I'm not getting any of the additional data that's inside of it. What? The node is supposed to have... Oh, Unity can't serialize... Unity can't serialize the fixed byte array? Because that should have shown up in here. Anything serialized should have shown up. Which means that almost all cars are getting this. But why do we end up with one where this one... Whoa, what is that? The value, look at that. Baked data. I've got something wrong. I've got to have something wrong with my pointer math in order to get that one. Or my pointer structure. Okay, so inside of the code, traffic car, I need the node system. Baked traffic, we had the nodes, we had the positions. Inside of here, I should be able to report this all. So when I see this one, we get the count, we get the fixed set of integers, a fixed set of bytes. The bytes store the positions. Now we need to use the node positions inside of this. Public unsafe, we grab the node position. We get a pointer to the byte that we then convert into a pointer to vector and then return based off of the index offset. And so that's using the same thing to set and get the value. Also the indexes. We're storing, well, the indexes, we don't have to restructure the data. We don't have to restructure the pointer for it. So when we pass in an index of 0, then we're going to get the first, it's going to match up with the first byte of positions. Okay, yeah, the assembly should work just fine with this one. Maybe there's something wrong with how I'm setting it, but that shouldn't be the case either, because in this one we use the reference. We're getting the reference back out, and once it's the reference, we should be able to use it and depend on the code. Why is that one not working now? Why am I getting a value that makes no sense here? I guess let's start taking a look at the bytes. So none of these should be a position 000. 000 is up in the center of the city, and so none of the baked data would show up there. It's a point in the air. So I can put a check in to say that if any of these get a value of 000, let's put a pause point. Okay, so now to do that, not traffic designer, I need traffic system, or is the car traffic? Traffic car. Okay. No, on this one, we're setting the initial target and we get the target, and that's based off of the position we're pulling from the data. Okay, so car.lookat. Wait a minute, serialization. If it's not being serialized properly, that data was, the node should have. Okay, go back to the node. I think that's the problem. Traffic connector, system, nope, baked traffic. So baked traffic has the node structure. Inside of here, we have the position, we have the normal, we have the count, we have the indexes. However, inside of here, I did not see anything serialized for integer, for indexes or positions. And inside of this, I was serializing the node. So over here, I see position, I see normal, I see count. Serialization did not grab these. Okay, I'm losing data. It creates the memory for it, but something's like I can set it and I can use it, but I can't depend on it. So when it reloads the data, it is getting screwy data back inside of it. In that case, then uh, I can't use scriptable objects to store this information. So this is a scriptable object. It has a reference to this. Okay, I'm going to do a check on this. Maybe there's a way to do it with like a certain attribute. Um, Unity, C#, uh, unsafe, fixed arrays of integers, of bytes. We'll go with that. Bytes is not serialized. Fixed array serialization utilities. It uses that for netcode. That's good. Unsafe code pointers and functions. No. But this is supposed to be for Unity. Okay. So, I'm going to test this same thing. It's been a while on this one. So let's go to here and let's go to Google as well. So Google, maybe Bing is trying to depend too much on its AI system. Okay. Unity's built-in serializer does not support unsafe fixed buffers. So the only reason it was working is because I would set the data and then go depend on it and use it right away. So it was a temporary fix. This wouldn't get saved and make its way out to the actual customer's code. All right, so scriptable objects, I need to save you as a binary. All right, so the baked code is no longer going to be an asset, or it'll be an asset, but I have to serialize it differently and load it. So I could store it this way, store it as a normal array of bytes. Oh, well, that's a way to do it, I suppose. Okay, yeah, I've got a solution for this. So the node stores this information, and this struct is only storing one node. After that, I can also store public float, no, public int. And what is this? Node indexes and public int, public byte. Actually, I don't want the bytes. I want the vector threes. So we'll do vector threes. node positions. Okay, so we've got that one in there, and now I'm going to put an iSerialization callback receiver. iSerialization callback receiver, add the code, implement missing members. Yes, both. Okay, now before we serialize, we need to take all the data that's stuck in the node and make sure we get that serialized over to our code. Yes, yes, you did. Yeah, serialization is the devil. Yeah, honestly, I wish we had binary serializers available to us as well. Maybe there are. I haven't used them. I usually just have to generate my own. Or I usually just generate my own. I don't know that I have to. Okay, but to take advantage of Unity's design tools, I want to be able to serialize this data so it can be stored with it, instead of having to manage that both in editor and at runtime. Okay, so on before serialized, we need to set the arrays. So first off, we know we have max, but both of these could be set by count. However, I should store the full maximum so that we understand that the other ones are not getting set. It's a way to wipe out data so I don't have to worry about any overlapping data. All right, let's do that. So for int I equals 0 to I is less than n dot count, node. What is it called in here? Did I just call it node? Nodes. I have an array of nodes. Okay. Got it. Yeah, bake traffic. I have a whole array of nodes. So I do need to store this for each one. Okay, then I'm going to put in a comma. Hey, can serialization handle 2D arrays for Unity? Now let's do a check. Unity serialization 2D array. Unity can't and has never been able to serialize 2D arrays nor draw them in the inspector. Okay. All right, in that case, I'm going to create a simpler type to mirror node. All right, so over here, we're going to say it's not going to be this data. We're not going to put the commas in there. We're going to create another class type. So public class, and we can serialize this one. I'll have to do that after I set it up. S node, serializable node. And the only pieces of information I need inside of it are these two. That works. Okay, and so now I'm going to put in public S node snodes. That's probably some insult somewhere. It sounds like an insult. S nodes. All right. So we've got the S nodes in there. Now I don't want this to show up normally. So we're going to put in hide in inspector. I also don't need that up there. Control Shift S, save all the files. There we go. Excellent. So now we need to set these back up. So for S nodes equals new S node array, and that's going to be nodes dot count, nodes dot length. Okay. Now I need to go through each of them. So for int I equal, I'll go with n, that's the I, equals 0 And then that one needs to be against node's length again. I is less than nodes.length I plus plus. Okay, so we're going to go through each one of them. Now we need to generate and add them to the new one. So public, not public. All right, so nodes dot. We got the S nodes. We need to generate a new S node. So we're going to say S nodes, and the I, yeah, that works, equals new S node Okay, so the fields inside of this, what do we got? We got node indexes and node positions. So I will just store that as is. This is a class, not a struct, right? Yeah, I'm storing this one as a class. This is just for serialization, make it the easiest way possible. So since I've already done that, I can now just set this here. Okay, next I need to say node sn equals snodes I feel like I need to look that up. Okay, there's actually places called like Snode Fitness, secondary node. Okay, does not sound like it's being used as an insult. All right, so var sn equals snode1 or snode I. So we've got the snode. Now we need to set the fields for it. So what do we have? Sn dot node indexes, and this equals new. And that is, what was it? Int. And the number is going to be, what have we got? That's just count, right? Yes, count, n.count. Well, I need this for each of the nodes, so that's also going to be var n equals nodes I. Okay, so now we've got that one. This is going to be n.count. And then sn dot node positions equals new, what is this one? Vector 3, n dot count. Okay, next one. We've got this one. Now we need to loop through each of the items. So for j equals, the upper boundaries is going to be n dot count. And now inside of this, we need to set the values over. So sn dot node indexes I, not I, j equals sn dot get sn dot node indexes. And with this one, can I actually request it directly? So j. Okay, cool. And then sn dot node positions. This is a dot node positions. J equals, oh, I'm setting it to sn. What am I doing there? N dot node index. And the index is going to be j. All right, equals node n dot node position, and position is j. Okay, so we're getting the state, we're getting the actual data from the pointer, we're setting the values into here. That stores this. This is inside of the object. We've already set the object to reference inside of the snodes array. So snodes is now set up prior to serialization. We have established the value of that one. Now, on after deserialization, we don't need to hold on to this data or memory, but we do need to use it to reconstruct all the other data. Okay, so nodes dot count equals, no, nodes equals new. Most of the nodes should already be there. The values should match up. The first time I run this, this is going to be broken. So I need to run a bake process first, and then that will, when it needs to serialize the data, should do it in a reasonable way. It should do it with this new serialization system. Okay, so now after deserialization, we're just going to loop through each one of the nodes. Control C. So we already have the nodes. We have the nodes length and we have snodes. Both of them should work. Inside of the array, it's a struct. We are able to serialize the basic structure. We're just not able to serialize anything fixed. All right, so now inside of this one, after deserialization, we have this node. So we're going to say var sn. We just grab the values of both. Perfect. And now we don't need to set any new values. We're going to go through the loop and set this based on the count. We're going to say sn.nodeIndexes. We're reversing the size of the values. Control X. And doing the same on this one. And then finally, since we don't need to hold on to this memory, we're just going to wipe it out. And what is that one? We've gone through all of the items in this nodes, and we're going to clear it. So snodes.clear. Wait, what is snodes? Oh, snodes is just an array. Snodes equals new empty. Why is that one unhappy? Okay. Equals array dot empty snode. Okay, there we go. Oh, perfect. All right, so that should fix serialization for now. Let's go back into here, and I'm going to need to bake the data. It's going to load up, and it's going to be confused and angry about trying to load up that data, the baked data from any of the serialized states. Okay, there it is. Angry about having to deserialize data. Okay, on after deserialize. Yes, that is correct. Your data is broken. So now let's go fix your data. Traffic designer, bake. Okay, we have new data in there. We're going to save everything. Everything's running. Okay. Save it. And that was scriptable, so it's still saved even if after the game deserializes and reloads. Okay, so now with the baking system. Oh yeah, let's take a look at this. Serialization should actually serialize the full structure of those cars. So when it shows me the report of each one of the cars, I should also get the full JSON of the entire vector3 list, of the position of the indexes list. Oh, come back up. No, I don't want those other things. Okay, I got a bunch of things in here. Compare approximately. Oh, look at. It doesn't like look at. What is that? Det 1F 0.F. I don't know what det is in this one. Okay, anyway, not concerned with that right now. I am concerned with taking a look at these objects. All right, so inside of here, we get the counts. Car init. Here's the JSON structure. We get a position, we get the normal, we get the count. We don't have everything. This is... Okay, so before serialization, we're setting the S nodes. Now also, S nodes is just an array. Oh, but still serialize. Like, it's public. It should have serialized it anyway. Serialize field. Okay. Also, nothing else needs to know about this. I can make this private. Okay, so in this one, I've got S nodes. S nodes never showed up inside of the serialization. It should have. So S node is serializable, yes. Is it whining because the entire structure is counted as unsafe? It didn't get any of the array before. Okay, well, let's keep this one in here for now, because what I'm expecting then is that the serialization should still catch S nodes, because S nodes is not serializable either. System dot serializable. Okay, now let's go back into Unity, stop the code. Plays the music while it's trying to re-import all the assets. Okay, there we go. Clear all this stuff. I don't need to know all the exceptions for right now, so I'm going to turn that one off. I'm trying to specifically just look at the messages. Play. Oh, bake. Okay, we've got the data. It's baked inside of there. Now let's go hit play. I'm expecting lots of errors to come in because those numbers are not getting serialized. Okay, again, no nodes in this one. Why is that one not getting serialized? When I call the to_JSON, that one should get saved. Okay, let's make this one more obvious. We're going to make this as public list. This is just, literally, this is just a class. S node, and it holds an array of indexes and an array of vector 3s. That one absolutely should work inside of Unity, inside of its serialization. So list, and inside of this one we want S node. And we'll call it SB for now, sure. I don't care. I just need something in there, control dot, get the reference. Now when we are baking, no, on before serialization, I just want to make sure that we actually have something in there. SB equals new node. Why would it suggest that one? This dot SB equals new. There we go. Much better. Don't need anything about it. Then we're just going to say this dot SB dot add new S node with empty data inside, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Before serialization, it adds an item to the SB node array. And so that needs to get something in there. We have to be able to see this item. Also, I could have sworn unsafe fields worked before inside of Unity Inspector, that I could have like an unsafe class or an unsafe struct and still show the variables. Because I'm really positive I have been using that. But now I'm not getting any results from it. Then again, I'm also on a newer version of Unity, 6.4, I think. Yeah, 6.4. And I know they've been starting to change things out in it. But you'd figure with unsafe, and like ECS, that more of Unity Inspector and everything would start to be like, oh yeah, of course we can deal with unsafe. You got some fields here, we can show you it. Maybe I have to wait for 6.7 for that. But then again, I have no idea if they're actually going to, how well they're going to support anything like unsafe, or if they have any intent to support it. All right. There is no SB. List is serializable. The class is serializable. Something is happening here where that is broken. Let's go back over into the baked data. So SB. We have one record inside of here. Let's put in 2 items there and 3 items there. This is, oh, let's go to 0 and do that. Oh no, SB by itself has that. The individual cars don't have that. The individual cars just get the copy of the node. So I wouldn't see it in the serialization that comes up there. And I wouldn't see it in what it's doing here. So I think I'm chasing after something that doesn't need to be chased. The individual cars, their initial target still being in the wrong spaces matters. Great. We got all these bubbles. They just look like they're floating up like actual bubbles. Scene. Migration. All of them are trying to get over to zeros. A couple of them are okay. Still over here. So the fact that we are getting data that does make sense, it's sometimes, but other times not. That one's tricky. Okay, so it doesn't appear to be a serialization issue then. Or no. It's still probably, there still probably is a serialization issue, but this is a different story. I'm not serializing. I've been trying to get this to put in the data, but that's actually a member of SB. Oh, wait a second. So SB, if I just put an SB reference inside of here, then I should get the actual nodes. Because I'm not trying to serialize the baked traffic. I'm trying to serialize an individual node from the baked traffic. And I am getting that information. I am getting unsafe as a struct. I am getting the public int count serialized. What I am not getting are these 2 fields inside of it, and that's where it's messing up. So the deserialization serialization process should still be capturing that information. Okay, now let's go back into here. SB should get, SB doesn't get built up from anything. Where's my debug data? Radius SB, that's nodes. What about S nodes? S nodes should still show up in here. And it does not. Okay. So I'm still getting things I don't expect. Cars are heading back over. Where are you going? No. Yeah, you found a surface. Great. There you are. Wait, but your point you're trying to get to is on the other side of that. Trying to get to here. You're going to go around that way. Are you going to get stuck inside of this? Oh, wait a second. If it's going down, it should make its way around and probably get through this spot and around. So now it's over it, and it has to head away in order to work, but it still does. Okay, that's it. No, don't turn anymore. Okay. Anyway, as long as the nodes actually do get corrected, then this should work just fine. But what data are we getting? We're giving them 0 to begin with. Now, after they get their 0, they should be all getting correct. What are these ones doing? I'm still trying to find its way to 0. What about this one? Okay. The majority of the cars seem like they're probably working in the space they're supposed to now. All right, let's debug and take a look at some of our data from inside the fixed nodes. Cancel. Okay, so inside of here we have baked traffic. When we get a node from this one, where are we going? Traffic system. Yeah, let's just put a breakpoint here, because most all the cars were giving us 0. I can start taking a look at this from here. Let's go to play. Oh, check. I need to attach to Unity Editor. Is that one connected? Not yet. There we go. Play. Okay, so now what values are we getting out of this? So inside of this target has a value. Okay. So now let's move on from there. Why would any of them end up being 0 though? Next. Target is 0, 0, 0. Okay, so here we got a target of 0, 0, 0. So now, what is this one? We have n. Okay, n has, it doesn't actually show us the data that's in there, but it has a position. And now, what index did we use? That is target index. So n dot target index target index is 0. Okay, so now let's say n dot positions, node positions, which is what I should be getting from this. Oh, node position 0. It says that the first position that's getting saved is at 0. 1. Everything is 0, so all the data is empty. This suggests that the majority of the code is, the majority of the baked data is actually broken for some of the objects. It just doesn't set a thing. Okay, I guess in this case I need to debug the baking code. All right, so bake traffic, when we are baking the code, let's start analyzing these ones. So we get the normal positions, and then we need to start mapping out the values that come with it. In that case, it's the connection node, these ones down here. And that is if the count, node.count, that's how many of the items that we have in here. Okay. How many of them attach to this position? Okay. All right, that's fine. And for all I know, maybe we get a count of 8. Oh, I can check that. N.count. 0. It believes that there are 0 items that it is connected to. Okay. That's interesting. All right, so we get 0, and it's going off of a struct that's less than the count. I don't want it to kill the data, but that suggests that the data is definitely baking incorrectly. But we get a count of 0, so nothing was getting set. All right, that works then. This one is in the create car. I need to go to the baking car, so we're going to stop this one. I'm also going to stop the code in here. Let's go back to this one. Bake. Baked traffic. Okay, so this is where we're setting the data. Now we are going to attach back to Unity Editor for this one. I need to start winterizing my office. It's like 12 degrees in here right now. Okay. That's still running. Oh, no, okay, it's not. The baking process that's connected, baking process, and now traffic designer and bake. Okay, so get rid of this one. That's fine. I want to take a look at initially map A and map B. It found 61 potential connection points. It actually feels pretty low. Okay, we've got lots of various numbers. These are the indexes it has in the array. That's good. Okay, B should also be the same number, 61, yes. Okay, good. Next, connect nodes position. All right, so I'm going to leave it there, but we've got another checkpoint down here and one over here. So the initial pass-through, we should never exceed the node count. So let's let this one continue. What's the hotkey for continuing? It doesn't show me what hotkey I can use for that. Does that have it over here? Do we have a debug menu? It's not run that I want. Debug attached to Alt F5. Okay. So Alt F5 goes on to the next one. So node count is 0. Node max is 8. So no, it is not less than. It shouldn't trigger any of the code inside of here. It should go on to this one. F12. F11. Maybe it's not getting all the connections? The connections should be fine. I'm only limiting the number of nodes. Okay. So what is that? Shift F5. Why did Shift F5 stop it? That's the button I was pressing to get it to interact. Attach to Unity Editor. Okay. Over here, this is the attach to. And then this one is play edit. But it treated it like I pressed the play edit button when I held press Shift F5. Or was it Alt F5? Okay. Run. Alt F5. I think I may have pressed Shift F5. Okay. Now let's go back over to the game and press bake. Okay, now let's test this one out. Alt F5. Okay, that seemed to have done its thing. Where did it go in the code? No, I'm not trying to modify anything. Okay, so here we're setting a position, and inside of this one, let's get the value of what we're trying to set it to. Control C. All right, so this has a real value. It's not like zeros to begin with or anything like that. So now let's put breakpoints over here. And node count is currently 0. Okay. Skip to next. Go to there as well. Skip to next. Okay. So now we have node. Hopefully it didn't close out the values yet. So let's just type in node, enter. Okay, we got node. It has a count of 1. Good. Now if I say node dot I don't have any node intelligence on this one right now. Why not? Node dot node position 0, enter. Okay, it stored the value inside of it and it got it back out. I do know that some of them were working at the same time too, though. So maybe it's just a handful of the points that fail. If something connects to nothing and it has to get a target position to put into it, if it has to get a target position to put into it, but the target doesn't exist, what do I do? It creates a random value and then it tries to set it based off of one it can find in the index. But if that one doesn't exist, it probably doesn't set anything. So traffic system, we get the range to say, hey, here's our traffic index. Let's say that there is no count available though. Then what would we end up getting? F12? This pulls back memory, so it would still pass in, it would pass in a -1 or a 0. If it has to pick between two values that are both 0, that's probably what's causing it. It's probably saying, okay, well, the values are 0. I'm giving you 0 back, so you get 0. 0 ends up returning nothing. The data is empty if there's no count. So that happens whenever the count is empty. Okay, so after the bake is effectively done, where's the baked? Okay, I'm currently inside of this one. I want to stop at the end of the bake functionality though. So over here, where's my breakpoints? There. Let this one continue. No, oh yeah, I don't need a stop point over there. All right, now I need to take a look and see what values inside of the nodes have count. So can I take a look at the variables? Threads and variables. Okay, I don't want the threads. How do I just look at the variables? What am I missing in this? All right, so I don't, oh, what's this? There we go. Okay, so nodes. Do we have something for nodes? For here, why is nodes not available? This has nodes. Has 102 items in it. Expand that out. Let's start taking a look at them. Count 4. Count 5. Count 6. Count 0. Okay. Count 0. Count 0. 5. We do have a bunch in here that have count 0 showing up. All right. So let's say int I equals 0. Now, for int I equals 0, I is less than this dot nodes dot count dot length I plus plus, and then we're going to say I if, what is this one? This dot nodes I dot, I don't get any IntelliSense here. All right, and so I want to check if the count, got it, okay, count is greater than 0 or equals 0, then I plus plus. I want to increment that, okay, enter. Okay, all right, yeah, this wouldn't have returned a value, so now I equals 0. So it's like it's not doing the assignment. It's not executing. Okay. But otherwise, inside of here, we have count 3, count 0. Again, still plenty. I can only spot check right now. I can't check through the data a lot. But right now, it's looking like every other one. No, not every other one. 0, 0, 0. There's a bunch of zeros right in a row. Why do so many of them have zeros? Every single one of these points should have come from a triangle. And so that triangle should have been able to report back the information. Oh, I should have had the lines on it. Why am I not getting those lines? That is messed up. That is a logic issue. All right, so inside of here, we bake this. This goes back over to the procedural system before this, which is indicating I'm missing points. So first off, nodes. How many nodes do I have? Nodes, I have like 100 in here, right? Yeah, I've got 100 or, yeah, I've got how many? 101, 102. Okay, so I have 102 nodes inside of here. All right, so with 102 nodes, okay, 102 nodes. We know we're getting a bunch of zeros. We know the triangles are not being set. That is being handled over by the procedural generator. That should be the issue of what's causing that. Or it's preparing data that's not getting passed into it. Okay, so let's take a look at why. Why is it not getting that data passed into it? Okay, so inside of here, we're checking both corners. That's not what I'm concerned with. So traffic data. What if I get rid of the merging close enough? Let's just let it keep duplicate data for now so I get complete triangles at least. Because I might be erasing things that I don't mean to erase. Control K C. Okay, that also means that I don't need to erase duplicates. All right, Control K C. Let's see how this comes out. I should get a series of triangles out of this. So let's try that. And also the baking should be lightning fast, but the baking already is lightning fast for the size that I'm counting. Where's Unity? So I've been working remotely for a while, and right now I'm unemployed and seeking a job, but I'm kind of wondering if I end up getting an office job after this, am I going to end up having a force of habit of speaking out loud and talking my way through everything? And if that's the case, maybe I should set a rubber ducky up on the top of my screen so I can be like, I'm talking to the rubber ducky. Did it finish? What's this doing? Oh, I'm still inside of here. Okay, so we should have this data in here. We're going to try. That generates it. Now we're going to bake it. Okay, now let's run the startup. Compiler errors. Oh, yeah, I have errors turned off. Clear. Okay, keep that one in. What time have we got? 1 o'clock. All right, that should get rid of this. Good. All right, data's cleared. We're going to try. All right. Took 0.13 seconds. And then bake. Took 0 seconds. And now play. We're going to get 100 cars that should be showing up on these things. And they should none of them should be trying to go to 0. I probably didn't actually resolve any of what the issue was. Yep, let's get rid of those ones. We still have ones going off to 0. We've got ones that are taking points in data. What? Look at this one's target point. That makes no sense whatsoever. Whoa, look at that one. Why? Okay, I'm trying to think through why. Unity is trying to do more control of the memory. It may have changed the memory patterns of how it's doing this. If it's allocating C++ memory and taking my objects and trying to hold them there. I wonder if it can override some of the .NET data. So here's my serialized data, or my scriptable data, and it's storing it alongside that other stuff. But some of these are getting accurate items, though. Like, the loads of these are getting these... Okay, wait a minute. I haven't actually checked to see. Maybe the cars are going to be trying to go everywhere. So we get their positions. Now let's start taking a look at what are they doing. A lot of them are heading up to 0. That's expected right now. That one's heading down. Why? You're going somewhere way over there. What about you? Somewhere... Okay, you have an actual destination. And you just got it, and now you're heading over to this one. You've got correct data. You've got these nodes. And also, those two probably had a triangle connecting directly to them. Once it can get over to there, yeah, it's going to keep looping on this. Once it finishes this one, it should head over to that one. Yep, there. Once it gets to that one, it'll head back to there. So we are getting a loop on the triangle. This one is probably doing the same. Oh, what are you doing? You're way out of the world. Okay, this is annoying. I have data that is working. I have a large array of data, and some of it comes out exactly for what I was expecting it to. Other parts of it come out with wildly insane numbers that make no sense. The only thing I can think of right now is that Unity may be doing something funny with the memory. So to say like this scriptable object is going to be stored over here in this allocated space. But the scriptable object is an object. It's not like a struct where we can hold on to it, but I don't know if there's some ways that they can control the allocation scheme for objects. Maybe they can. And maybe they're doing that to try to take advantage of where the data is stored. And if that's the case, and they're not doing anything with unsafe, then my structs with unsafe would be getting random data from other objects, but it's within their system and not Microsoft's. And so it's that's a possibility. I guess would. Okay, well, I guess you would. It help a lot to think load or explains what you are doing. Unfortunately, that was 104 and it is now 108. So I missed whatever that part of the conversation was on. I need to up the speed. I've got my codes or the streaming set up so that it streams. It has like the normal amount of lag, and I was figuring that that would improve the quality, but I guess not. Maybe I can change that while this is running. Stream time. If I go over into stream settings. No, I don't have anything. I guess I would just, yeah, I can't change it while it's running. So I'm at normal latency and I could go with low latency or ultra low, which should get me closer to like less than a second off. I'll have to do that in the next ones. Try it out, see what happens. Okay, so the data of this one is wildly off. So system, this is 91. Car 91. Oh, where is that? Play. I'll let it get its starting position. Then I want to pause it. Okay, pause. All right, so now let's go take a look at car 91. Come on, way down here. Traffic car. Oh, I can't tell which one is car 91. Do these ones highlight it? No, that just highlights traffic. I don't want traffic. I want the car. Okay, go to here. Traffic system 18. Line 30. We're debugging this one, and I don't want this. I want car. That way I can go to the car and I can take a look at its memory. What data does this one have stored? What's in the nodes that triggers it? All right. Ooh, actually one other thing. On the serialization, I'm going to take the baked data and let's do a string on this one. Copy, what was it? Not copy, clipboard. Clipboard utility dot. Oh, I'm in the fields. I can't run any code. That's fine. Okay, so over here, we're going to say clipboard utility dot. I don't want to copy the game objects. I just want text. And this is all the options I have. Okay. I don't have clipboard directly. Well, maybe I do. Control dot. But they usually describe takes Windows forms. All right. So copy, paste, text, C#, Unity editor. Okay, copy and pasting objects. We take the original object. Yeah, I don't. No, I want to copy and paste text. Clipboard, copy and paste. All right, let's see what kind of stuff we're getting. In this one, blah, 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 copy, paste. Color, not what I'm looking for. Back. See more. Is there something else in this? No, I just want to copy text. This text is copied. Editor GUI utility system copy buffer. Is that actually what the copy text is? Is not supported in iOS and Android. You can copy and paste from one component to another. Right click on the component. That's not necessarily what I'm trying to do. Okay. Unity C# copy text to clipboard. Let's be a little more direct here. Okay, so inside of this one, GUI system, is this really it? GUI utility. But is that actually, this is multi-platform method, works on multiple platforms, but does it actually copy it to the clipboard? Okay, let's try it. Clipboard utility. What was it? GUI something. What? Okay, that is, no. GUI, editor GUI utility. Dot, and what was the other one? It was copy, system copy buffer equals, and this needs to be the utility, the serialization utility, JSON utility dot to JSON, and that one is going to be what system? The baked traffic. I want to see what data is getting stored to this one. Okay, that's on awake. So let's save that and return to here. Clear. Anything special about this? 207 warnings. Nothing important. Clear. Now play. Oh, stop the code. The code is already running, but paused. Okay. Init, we've got our zeros. That's all heading out there. Where's my car traffic? Does that actually run anywhere? Control X. That's being run by traffic system mono behavior. So when traffic system starts, it's supposed to serialize that. So, oh, duh, that's not debug logging. Debug logging has a limit of how much text it's going to show up. So inside of this one, I just need a notepad. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Oh, no, I just copied it out. Okay, let's go back to here and stop the code. Run it again. And theoretically, if it worked, I should actually have that in the copy buffer now. But I don't honestly even know if that code's going to work. I should have put a debug log in here to check for it. Okay, pause and return to Notepad, Control A, V. That's what I was looking for. So we have a whole lot of data in here. Everything looks like it's between the 300s and 500 range. Let's scroll up. Okay, that's a decimal point. That's fine for it to be a large number. All of these numbers that it's serializing into here. These are all of the, so we have nodes. It is storing the nodes. Got the position, it's got the indices. Oh, positions is storing as bytes. Okay, yes, we're seeing the bytes in there. Wait a minute. That means, okay, so serialization is capturing all of the byte fields. That looks a little better. So we end up getting all the positions in there. Now, positions is a byte array. So it is how many across? I forget. That was supposed to be 12. No, 8. So it's 8 times 12 bytes. Okay. Okay. What do we got? Now, after positions, we have positions again. We don't have SB. Is that correct? Yeah, that's positions going across. After that, we close out the object. Then we go to position. Control C. I need something to render this better. So let's go over to here. And which one is this? Unity? No, just JSON pretty. Okay, there we go. So positions, we got indices. I don't care about those ones. We do have a lot of zeros. That's expected after we get the index count. So over here, that's looks like only 2 positions in the whole thing. So from here to here, that's only 24 bytes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so that's only 2 vertices or 2 points that showed up. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, that's right. Everything is a triangle right now. So everything literally only has 2 connections. Okay, that is 100% correct. Okay, I should end up with the same thing over here. That looks accurate. Yes. Okay. Count. The count should be 2. Yes. Count is 2. Index is 0 and 1. Yes. Okay. 0 and 1. Wait a minute. As I go farther. Okay, yeah, 4, 5. We're seeing indexes from the main array of which node we're talking to. That works. Okay. Again, 24. If I scroll down and I'm going farther down the list, then what I'm connected to should also be moving farther in the indices. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so but the vector positions, all these are starting to look normal. I'm not seeing anything that stands out as like a wild, wild number. Like I don't know how many digits that was, but that was like 20 digits out there. Like this one. The heck is that field? Let's do this. What is this number? No, I just want you to tell me about it. Okay. Does it have like a term for it? Why'd you get rid of the stuff? You just told me some stuff and then you just got rid of it. Okay, whatever. So Bing AI literally just spent the processing power to let the AI figure something out. And then it took that data away right away. So it doesn't show it, let you get to see the data. Good job, Bing. All right, but whatever the case, that was a large number, but I'm not seeing anything that looks like it here. Oh, car init, that's car 92. So inside of this one, it means it's somewhere near the end. So inside of here, let's look at the data. We've got a bunch of positions, node indices. This is the S nodes. So if I scroll up, we get out of the S nodes. Yeah, S nodes. So we are getting S nodes. However, inside of here, we should also have the numbers. We see the numbers for all of the node positions showing up in here. Again, the values look accurate. So I've definitely passed index 92. Now let's go up away from this one. Same thing. I'm seeing items between like 500 and 300 for the for the positions. Well, negatives, but anyway. Same. Okay. Yeah, I trust that the data that I am serializing, that the data that I am loading back in is working just fine. The data that I am getting back out of it, though, is not. I'm getting a wildly out of place number for this. Okay. So now let's go into the code where that one was happening. We initialize, we report this data. We've just set the target index. Now we are getting the value from it. Okay. Let's start putting an actual check on this stuff then. So far, at this point, I can check what the values are, and then move the pointer back to an earlier instruction. So let's save this. Connect. Log window. No, connect UI. There. Attached UI. That's the word I'm looking for. All the time. I saw you only one time asking a GPT. Yeah, I've done, well, I'll still use ChatGPT, but I don't like to use it as the default. If I'm at design time, it can actually be a little bit more useful then, but most of the times I find it's more of a distraction. I could do things where I let it write my code. And in fact, I have tested that. I've even written systems to experiment and see like what it's capable of. But quite frankly, I found there's too many points where AI, like which one is this? Why do I hate them? The AIs. Okay, so the AI is really only as good as the training it gets, not the prompts. The prompts are helpful, but no matter how good your prompting is, even if you tell it exactly what it's supposed to do, it'll still just get messed up on it if it never had the training for it. Like no one ever trained the AI to say when a day has the letter D in it. People don't tend to, there weren't other posts talking about that online. And so when you ask it, tell me how many days of the week have the letter D in it, in its name, then it's going to screw up. I mean, maybe they've corrected that by now. Maybe it's picked up the data for it. So AI queries are always guesses. It 100%, like people like to say that AI hallucinates, and that's what they put the title on for mistaken data, except for everything that AI generates is all a hallucination, period. It just is. It takes random stuff and tries to reassemble it as best it can. But AI still it's still just a hallucination. So the more you try to push boundaries with your code, the less likely the AI is going to be to suggest anything reasonable. And we develop a mental model in our head asking for what the AI is trying, or for what we're trying to do and manage in our code. And if I have IntelliSense with like a auto completion on there where it suggests like, oh, maybe this is the function that you're trying to put in, that takes my mentality over here. Oh, not that, but at least for the question of things you would search on Bing, you can use the dude to kind of search for you. The dude? What's that? You can kind of use the dude to search. Is there some search system called the dude? All right. Yeah, I can. If you're talking about AI, I can use AI to do searches for me. Now we take that 4 minute break where, no, 1 minute. It's 1 minute difference. Yes, the GPT. Looks like we have a 30-second to 1 minute lag going on. Okay, trying to humanize it. Okay, trying to humanize the AI. Okay. Okay, not that. So, but at least for the question things, you would search manually on Bing. You can use the. Yeah, I'll use it to search as well. That can be helpful. It's hard to have an in-depth conversation with this being so far off in time. I really have to reset the latency on it. I'll do that for the next time that I'm working on this, or for the next time I post. I'll try to remember to set the latency really low. Okay, debug.log, car initialized. We got the car data. We were holding on to it. So over here, um, was this baking? This is create car. So when we stop and play. So now inside of this one, I'm expecting it to trigger the car initialization. Of course, it might not get through the first frame, or no, it should get through the awake of the traffic system without trying to draw a frame. That should trigger the code here. It already had music. It should have tried to create the car and done a whole bunch of debug logs, but I'm not attached, am I? I'm not attached. That's why. So let it attach. Let that wire up for a second. Yeah, generally I don't like using AI. It's been too many times where if you're doing something sufficiently advanced, it is magic to AI. And the AI tries to guess and sound confident, but then it just sucks at it. And I it throws away the mental model I have, and I don't like that. I get burned out so fast during the day, and it makes me feel dumber. Like I literally become dumber because I've already burned out a lot of my mental capacity for that day. But if I can keep the mental model up here and I can just keep going and going with it, then I don't need to worry about rebuilding that. But as soon as the AI suggests stuff that throws everything off, then I lose the mental model. Okay, let's see. So inside of this one, we should be able to play now. Play. I tried building an AI system that would take all the conversation and break it up into facts and all the documentation into facts that I could uh, get it to work intelligently, but I still found so many problems with it. Okay, what have we got showing up inside here? It just ran a bunch of these and it didn't stop my code to let me do anything. Attach to Unity Editor. Is it running into a problem with that? Back to here, play. I thought I've done that like 3 times now in a row. Okay. Uh, Nothing happened. It turned it off again. What is going on here? Why is this stopping? Control Shift B. Maybe I don't have the latest code saved over to the other side. Okay, maybe that could be it. Attach. Attach to Unity Editor. I think AI can be helpful in a lot of cases. I also think it like if I'm working on an area that I think the what is it like the Unity UI system, the older UI system in particular, they had like 5 different static classes with assorted overlapping instructions and several different places in the code where you could place it. You could call it in the update. You could call it in gizmos. You can call it during editor code, like on scene GUI or on GUI. And depending on where you were, it would change which ones you could do. But then some of them would have a button class, other ones would not. And so it was really a huge pain to figure out the exact formats and do that. And I imagine if people are doing that like every day in and out, or just every day constantly doing new buttons and forms in there, they would get used to it. Maybe. But otherwise, I think that in that case, AI is probably the better solution for writing code against that because it's just a sloppy system. All right. Debug log, car init target. Okay, now we've got the stuff attached to Unity Editor. Are we attached? I'm going to wait until that shows me that it's connected. What is this? Unable to connect. Okay, that's new. Unable to connect. Did something happen to over here? Did I turn off debugging? Debugging is enabled. Switch to release mode. I'm going to switch that back. Oh, I didn't want that. Switch to debug mode. Yeah, switch back now. Or does interrupting really screw that up? I guess I'll see. Which also, let me give you an example of another example of a reason why I don't like to use AI very much. When I'm looking through the code and I'm figuring out something that's wrong, let's go back to here for a second. I'm just going to give it this code and say sometimes it doesn't get the end position, the end target doesn't get the node position. Let's copy this one and try this out. So over here, do I have, let's go with one of the bigger AI systems like DeepSeek. Where's that? Settings. Back up here. Okay, and now I paste this into here and I say, sometimes my car.target index gets the wrong index. Like I know I'm purposefully not giving it enough information right now, but sometimes my car.target index gets the wrong index. Can you tell me why that might be? All right, I'll let that run for a second. So it doesn't have enough information to go by. But then again, when I'm trying to share a problem with it, a lot of times I might be looking at the problem and sharing out a section of my code thinking it has enough. So this one, the issue likely stems from a mismatch between what n_count represents and what n_node_index expects as a valid argument. Here's the most probable causes. N_count may not equal the number of elements that node_index can handle. Yeah, maybe its information is actually reasonable. Node_index might not be a simple one-to-one mapping. It has no idea, but it's actually guessing, and it's being clear about the, wait a minute. For example, okay, so it's saying might not, may not. So it is not giving a clear statement. Maybe they're doing a little better now. Suggesting I add this debug log, which is very similar to what I've got in there now. Cool. Not bad, so it got farther in steps. So my example is moot. All right, let's take a look at this. Car index, where was I going? I need the debug log to work again. I do have debugging turned back on. Can I debug this in Unity, attached to Unity Editor? Did I turn another one on or something? Is that what happened? Okay, it says that part is still connecting. Okay. It automatically turned off. I didn't get a message or anything. Okay, it tried to bring up this stuff. Okay, unable to connect to Unity Editor. Yeah, I have lost my debug capabilities. So I cannot monitor the data that comes through here. However, I do know that when my target is a vector 3, that my data is screwed up. or sorry, when my target is a vector 3.0, that my data is screwed up. And was this in the baking process? So the baking process was always giving me valid alternative directions. So each point in it, let's go back to, where did I store that? I had that in JSON. So let's go to this. I think JSON's still in here. JSON pretty here. No, that's not it. Play. Or take a long time to play. Okay. Much better. Okay, enable JSON difference. Okay, not what I'm concerned with. All right, so in each one of these, we have 2 indexes. Each one is supposed to lead off to another direction. Okay, so this is the baked data that it gets. And then it deserializes. And during the deserialization process, we somehow lose the data. Okay, wait a second. No. Over here, let's look at a giant value, 81. Car 81 gave us this. What is car 81's index? I'm going to turn the sound off. I don't need that up. Car 81 index. What are you looking at? How can I tell which one is car 81? Oh, that's right. The reference should highlight it now. Yes. Okay, that one is 81. Perfect. Okay, I see massive numbers inside of here. What index? Target index 81, previous index 83. So we came from 83 and we are heading towards 81. Now let's go take a look at the actual traffic data that's for this. So that's traffic data baked procedural, and we want 81. So nodes, we're going to scroll down and take a look at the state of data 81. Normal. This is normal data. Its position at element 81 looks like this. So why does the target get a completely wild position? We get the node position for target index. Oh. Oh wow, it is actually letting me get memory far out of where I am. This is a strong memory error. Um, node dot. So I'm asking for the position in here based off of the car's target index, but that's not supposed to be from this one. That is supposed to be from nodes, because I'm supposed to work with another node here. So traffic.nodes, traffic.nodes. Can I? Nodes. Okay. And then especially as we get farther out in the numbers, those can potentially get farther away from the numbers that we were looking at. Yeah, the first, if the value that it selects happens to be within like the first 5 bytes, then it's going to be just fine. Otherwise, it's grabbing memory outside of where it was supposed to. Okay, nice. I ran into a memory error. This is good. I mean, it's fun, but it's also an issue with running unsafe code. Okay, so inside of here, traffic nodes, and inside of this, we've got the nodes. Then we've got, no, not this type. We need the array index. So this is the target index of which node we want to get. And then from that node, we get the position. That sets up our target. We get the index, we set the target. The data was correct. I'm grabbing stuff in the wrong areas of memory. I just grabbed somewhere, some other place in the heap. Nice. Okay. So if that's the case, then all the cars should get reasonable numbers at this point. Okay, let's see. It's down. Where's this? Excellent. Okay, start. What am I seeing on numbers? All the numbers look reasonable. These are all between negative 200 and negative 500. That's the range I'm expecting. Okay, play. I can get rid of that debug log. I should do that. Delete. What other debug logs do I have? Thank you for getting rid of that and reloading the domain. I wanted to see some of those exceptions. Oh, did I save it when I stepped out? I think Rider has something in there where when I start making changes to the code, it automatically saves and triggers those rebuilds. Typical RCE vulnerability thanks to okay. All right. Let's see. No, I need this. We've got that stuff. We took out that one. I can't tell if I had more debug logs in here for the error checking. Now let's go back into this one and play. So everything got reasonable values. Okay, start. Now let's take a look at the traffic. Here's all the bubbles. None of the bubbles are like rising up high. None of them should be going to the top of the tower. Let's see what's going on over here. Scene. I see a lot of car activity around here. Some of the cars are up higher. Oh, that one's trying to make its way over there. That's just kind of a steering traffic issue. I never tuned the auto steering on this. So it still has some problems for how it deals with things. Also, when something gets to the corner of a surface, it automatically tends to straighten out the car a little bit because the closest part of it or some of the other parts that are farther away have less pressure, and the way the pressure kind of realigns it folds itself over the side. And so it straightens itself out again, and that can make it difficult for a car or vehicle to get to its place. However, when you don't know where that is and you're just here, oh, oops, I'm upside down. And you're just here and you're seeing these cars move around, aside from the fact that some of them crash into each other, they just look like traffic. All right, I can stand from this side. Okay. That worked. However, almost everything in here is probably based on a single triangle. Every one of the points is probably in a circle right now, where if I follow a car, let's pick a car, any car. No, I want to zoom out. Okay, that's going to there. It's going to go up to there. Next, it's going to make its point over to this one, I assume. Oh, to this one. Okay, so then the triangle must be here, here, and here. All right, so now it's making its way down to this waypoint. Now it goes to this one. Yeah, it's going in a circle around this part of the triangle. I mean, technically, I could keep the cars doing that because now the cars have enough chaotic behavior in them and how they move around that it just, I get car distributions, they overlap. And if I were to pay close enough attention to a car, I could tell that it is running in circles in the game. But generally speaking, it keeps getting messed up by the traffic coordination against the other cars and getting pushed around, making changes to what it's doing. And so it becomes hard to tell like which spot it's supposed to go to. Plus, most of the cars look the same. So even if I am trying to follow one inside of the game, Let's try to follow one of the cars for a minute. I'm getting messed up by the traffic as well. So let's pick, hey, where are those cars going? Okay, that one went over here. I don't know. I've already lost track of which one it is. All right, so for now, my point stands within my own logic. So, all right, that is a traffic system. I don't care to fix the triangles. Which, if that's the case, then I could also just say a car per triangle, and that's it. That would work. Trucks get larger system. The trucks get manually entered ones. The trucks have less pathways to go through. And there's less design needed because for the truck, I need larger pathways. It can't go everywhere that a car can. Okay, I accept the modification. I can move on with this one. This works well enough for the game. Okay, what I need next, though, is to be able to scale the system. The problem is that if I scale the system, I've got cars that show up everywhere. And plus the bake takes forever, and I don't want to run that all the time. Okay, I'm going to save this after many, many changes that I have not made any saves for. Let's go back to terminal and let's go Control SS, make sure everything in Unity is saved. Git add dot, git commit -m, and this one is paths save. Paths appear to bake correctly. Traffic is stuck to individual nodes. Traffic is stuck to individual triangles, but hard to notice. So the traffic system appears good for a small area. I do not have traffic pooling working yet. And also editor tooling operates faster by only drawing a limited number of points that would be within the frustum. Okay, git push. Oh, okay, that's awesome. It is 1:51 right now. What is my next task on here? There is one that I need to do. This one is, well, I need to be able to reset the game, reset the player settings. Did I ever do that one? Let's go to our Start UI. Start menu. Okay, inside of here, we've got per actions, player action. We've got the Start UI document. There is the second button that's in here, reset button. What does that do? Reset button calls the reset function. That takes the default car, the iSave load system, and tells it to save now while we are at the start menu. So that takes the prefab and saves it as is. Let's try it. Okay, let's make sure that that actually works because I don't remember actually testing that. Right now, my car operates quickly. I have data. I'm next to in fact, I'm right next to the mechanic shop, and that's the save point. Are you going to play? Okay, let's hit start and hit enter. That takes us into the mechanic shop since we're next to it. And what kind of values do I have here? 500 or 500? I am set to default. Okay. Okay, but I do have 10,000 for my credits. So that is incorrect. Let's go to here and start. And then I want to do a reset and see if it puts my credits back. Oh, also, when it starts a game and there are no save games, right now I believe that is broken because it tries to load it. Let's go to reset. That has to be a click. Reset. Okay, game is supposedly saved and reset. Let's go to start. Okay, we are here. Our credit went down to 0. So I was able to reset the player ability. Also, yeah, my car is slower now. There, like it's faster when I'm holding control. Start race, does that work? That works. I got 100 points. The clock stays visible, even though the clock's no longer in use. Okay, impulse drive. Oh, no. Z to back out. Impulse drive. This is where we go faster. Plus, 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 and ZZ. Yeah, I can go faster now. That's 2x my speed. Cool. All right, stop. Ooh, I just thought of something. If I'm using LODs on the cars for the NPC cars, I can set it up so that when the LOD is at a stage just under the best resolution, then I can include a separate material on it or a separate object, some extra object that then shows like headlights or something like that. Basically, just using the bloom system so that I can identify that it's there, and so the cars that are farther away, I can see them a little bit easier. Like I can see their headlights, but then their headlights kind of dim out as they get a little closer to me. But at that point, hopefully, I've noticed them. All right. Anyway, that's just an odd thought. I could also keep it there the whole time if I have, but I could have the intensity higher. Okay. Anyway, so next issue is the number of points where the cars are actually showing up. I need the cars to start disappearing by distance. I do need a larger bake. Well, let's do a larger bake. Let's increase the size of the bake and see what I can get away with. So inside of this one, we're currently limiting ourselves to a max count of 100. Let's go up to 1,000 and see what that looks like. Try it. Okay, that gave me these areas, and that also operated really quickly, 0.003 seconds. Let's go to 10,000. See how much we do with 10,000 points. Try it. Okay, 0. Oh, it took about 1 frame, 1/30th of a second. That gave me a wide area that I can start experimenting with now. We got several buildings inside of here. I can see overlap. Yeah, this is one of the areas. I haven't done ray casting stopping yet, which means that this point here should not be able to enter that point there. Okay, and you can see that the triangles are separated out based on the surface. So we've got 3 different points here. Technically, there are 6 points here because each one of the triangle gets its own separate point coming up. That one is only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, so we've got some areas and we still have some overlap, but those are other things, minor improvements. Now that I've got this data, we've tried that. Let's see how long a bake takes. Okay, baking took longer, 0.7 seconds for what took 1/30th of a second before that. All right, cool. So now when I run this, the cars should be all over the place. Let's also go over to the traffic system. Let's change this from 100 cars to 1,000 cars and see what that looks like how that affects the performance of this. When I was getting limited down to 200 cars, that was by using this Unity physics system for it, but I was doing a much larger number of raycasts as well. So I'm not doing the larger number of raycasts right now. I don't need to. I don't need the high precision. Okay, so now start. Oh, that is slow. Okay. Yeah, that one sucks. All right, stop. So maybe 300. Let's try 300. Play. And also, I should get the numbers up. I want to see what that looks like for performance. Okay, stats there. 120 FPS. Okay, drop down to like 30 FPS now. Okay, now let's change the number of cars to pool amount to, what did I have originally? I had 100. I think I'm going to go with 200 right now. Save that. I think maybe I was doing 200. But this is one of the problems with using the Unity physics side for this. The performance was too slow for dealing with this. Like raycasts are not a good way to do this, but that's the system I have to work with. So the Unity engine, while it can solve this type of physics, was not made for it. Okay, so here I'm hitting FPS numbers mostly closer to what I was hoping to get. Sometimes I'm seeing some pretty hefty glitches in here. Makes me wonder why. But now this map is much more spread out. Oh, that's kind of nice. I like the effect. However, I don't like the frame glitch. And I'll need to look at that later, but let's go down to 100 cars for right now. That's fine. Play. Okay. That dropped down to like 2 FPS for a second. But right at initialization, I don't consider that a problem. Here, though, when it's zooming in, I'm still getting some really slow points. Same thing for driving here. Why? Okay, but I've got more cars traveling around. I just don't see them very much. There should be one somewhere right over here. Some of them are up. Where all the cars go? Okay, this is a really empty city that I'm in right now. Oh, there's one. Found it. Oh, with the cars more sparse, more spaced out, then I'm not going. I don't like it on that one. Then the triangles are going to stand out more. Yeah, well, there's car again with whatever you're trying to do. Hey, if I bump you on the wall, will that help? No? Do something. There you go. But if I travel underneath you, oh well. Okay, cool. Whatever. We got a bunch of points in there. And yeah, there's plenty of places I can improve the performance on it. So now the next thing I need to do is that the traffic system needs to automatically remove cars as they get far enough away from me and then set them back up. But they have to be able to select a point close enough to where I am. Right now, I'll just set that up by radius. That's it. So radius to detect that it's outside of it and then select a new point within the boundaries. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's do this. Traffic. We got the traffic system. All right, so we create this, we set them up, we generate a pool count, but oh yes, and we are holding on to that. So do we actually store that in the pool? So pool, we set them up here, we create the new pool, and we add what we create from the create car. So the pool does currently hold all of the objects. The create car function will need to be responsible for making sure it gets it within range of the player car. So that means we do need to know where the player car is at any point in time. And we could make the traffic system be something that sits on the player itself, like the map does. But I think in this case, we'll just reference it. So public car, player car. All right. So now that that one's in there, we've got this. We're going to set, we can set this up. We need to figure out how to get position from near this. We need a radius, float radius. Oh, this is a different radius. We're going to have two different radius in here, maybe three. And so the first radius is car to waypoint. So car to waypoint radius. Alt enter, apply renaming. Sure. Now, I'm also going to need another radius, and that is public public float, and this one is going to be creation, delete radius, and public float create radius. All right, and one more thing, public int max tries. Do I want to do something per frame? Like if we have cars sitting in the pool, they should come out. They should try to come out. Yeah, let's do that. Now, I also need to determine how the pool is going to operate. So to begin with, when a car gets destroyed or when a car gets pulled out, I need to be aware of that. So that means that the pool, I have the pool of cars and I need to check their distances. Oh, this also sucks. Do I have another place where I'm holding on to this information? The traffic. Right now, the traffic is based off of here's all the transforms. I've got this, and this is one of the reasons why I'm limited to like 200 cars as I'm doing this stuff, or 100 NPC cars. This will be an area to upgrade, but I've got a lot of areas I want to upgrade. At least with this, I'll have a full system. Then I know what I'm rebuilding in, or I can replace parts of it. What time have we got? 2 o'clock. All right, max tries per frame. So I need another list. We've got the list that is pool and public list traffic car active. All right, so to begin with, it's going to be all active that gets the setups. Pool doesn't get anything. So why does, oh yeah, we have pool equals new pool count. It's not that, it's active. But I shouldn't need to actually set either of those. It should just be set because it's a generic list and the inspector will set it by default. Okay, but now we need the deletion car. So we need an update phase that's going to happen. Public void update. I don't even need an update to run for this. The pool system can run on a lag, and that would be just fine. Whatever. I will let it run on update for now. Await create car. So now we're going to create a car. I do have a video. I do have a video by Dan Violet. It's have better solution than physics. You must also watch. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I will be putting that. My intention is to put that one in. The only reason I don't have it in here now is because there's too many design tools, and this one I was going more for get it out the door and stop worrying about making perfect code, and I'm changing my approach to this game. So yeah, anyway, so I'm using the Unity physics because I liked the handling I had set up in this specific version of the code. But I've had like 48 different versions, and since I lose some of them to backups, I've ended up finding only like 6 or 7 of them that I've decided to keep, I guess, would be the better way to describe it. Anyway, so updates inside of this one, we need to do a check to see if any of the active cars need to be taken out. So we need to do a distance check. So I'm going to say, what is our current position? We're mono behavior. We know our transform. Then we need to get the transform of the other cars. So for int I equals, we're going to start at the end of active. For I equals active dot. Why did you add all this other stuff to active? There. Okay, thank you. Maybe I had a typo or some other character that I added by accident. Okay. Dot count -1. I is greater than -1. I minus minus. Okay, so we go backwards through this one so we can start to remove it without having to worry about skipping items. All right, so next we're going to say if, what is the distance? This is the delete radius. If delete radius, where am I doing this? Why do I not see delete radius? I have delete radius up here. It doesn't think active is in here either. Okay, do I have a bracket or something messed up in here? Okay, first off, go up to this and I need to stop the code. If it's not running. Okay, thank you, Ryder. Ryder thinks that everything is running. It's complaining that update is, okay, it's complaining that it's slow. Active cannot access a static serialized field active in the static context. Wait a minute. If I were to call this underscore active, no, it's here and it's working fine in this one. This dot active, this dot active. And so here, if I were to say this dot max tries, what does it think this is? Pool count. Yes, pool count is there. Max tries. Yes, max tries per frame. Okay, those are items that are supposed to be there. Active is there. Look at this. Here's active. Oh, it figured it out. Okay. Good. So something was slow with what it was doing. Very slow. Okay. This dot delete radius. Now it understands it, but when I just try to type it in by itself, delete radius, it doesn't understand it. Why? Okay, thank you, Ryder. But then I'll put this in and it's going to say, hey, you put the word this in here, you don't need it. This dot delete radius is less than, and that one's going to be this dot active I dot transform dot position. Oh, I need the rest of the information. So I need the distance. This one is going to be vector 3 dot distance. Okay, vector 3 dot distance, and that one is between 2 points, A and B, which is delete radius. The other one is this transform. So transform this dot transform dot position. Okay, I don't need a semicolon there. That's incorrect. Okay, so if we're outside of the delete radius, if the distance is greater than the delete radius, then we need to clear this one out. Okay, that's all we do. We just say, which one is this? Pool, this dot pool dot add this dot active dot this dot active I. So we transfer it over, and then we're going to say this dot active dot remove at I. Okay, that does it. Okay, so during the update phase, we automatically remove anything that shouldn't be there. Next, we need to try items we need to see, do we have items to check? So while, for I, int I equals 0 to, what is my upper bound? That is the max tries per frame. Still doesn't have any idea what that is. I don't know what this is. This dot max tries per frame. Oh, there it is. Wait, so now what is it complaining about? It doesn't think that this for each statement's going to do anything? Oh, it had nothing in it, so it would be a removed code. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it still thinks that this doesn't get used. Oh, here we go. Maybe that's part of the reason why. I need an extra parentheses back there. Don't I? Yeah. So what did I just do here? I've got a semicolon here. Okay, that's why I lost IntelliSense, because I was in a block of code that I placed directly inside the root scope of the class, not with inside of a function. Okay, that's fair. That also gives me a clue that the IDE will act like that. But that's multiple lines I accidentally put a semicolon on the end of, and I'm not sure why. Okay, so we've got the different items that are inside of here. Now we need what? So per frame. Oh, got this. Each time we're going to do a check. If, what do we have? If active dot length is find count, use that if you wish. Active dot count is greater than or equals 0, then we return. No reason to execute this, or we break. Maybe there will be more stuff we place after this. Okay, now we didn't break. That means that there is an active item in here. Now we want to try getting rid of the active item. To do that, we're going to take the active item, we're going to give it a random point and see if it's within the range that we have. Now, that might be its own trouble because the world size is massive. And so I'll be checking a certain number of them per frame, and I need a way to be able to discern which points I'm going to. Now, I could create chunks of points. So I have like 20 chunks of points, and then I put a center spot on it and a radius to mark out the general area. And that way I can just say from these core points, which ones matter, and then check through those, which might be a faster way to, would be a faster way to do it. Okay. So if active.count, so we could always try to put a car onto the closest one to us. All right, active.count. Yeah, I'll just have it try for all the data and filter it down. Okay, so now we need a point within the space, so that's going to be a random one. So just like this. Okay, so inside of here, if node dot if n dot position is within range, so that's the delete radius. Now we want the create radius. If vector3 dot distance end position comma transform dot position. This is not transform dot position. It's player car dot transform dot position. Okay, so if end dot position is greater than player car dot transform dot position, excuse me. No. I'm saying greater than that, but one position is greater than the other. No, if the distance between these is less than create radius, then we're going to say pool equals, oh, we're basically going to create car, but we're going to give it a specific point. Okay. Now node is a struct, right? Yes. So I can pass a struct in. I can just do a separate functional here. Yeah, let's split out the code. I'll make the create car into two separate things. So public, not public. This is traffic car. We've already got the car. Void repurpose car. Setup car. Okay, setup car. And in that case, I'm passing in the traffic car. And the traffic car doesn't store the node itself. So in the traffic car, then we're just going to say car, comma, the node, n. Okay, now in this one, we should be setting that stuff, the rest of this stuff up. So we're getting the traffic. We're picking up our next node, Control C, and paste it here. Okay, random index. Where do you get your random index? Previous index equals random index. Okay, that one's going to stay up there. The rest of these lines go away. So we instantiated the car. We don't need that. It doesn't like the fact that it wants the baked traffic node called out. All right. Was that all the ones I added? Go to there, to there. We delete these ones. And here I'm going to say setup car n. Oh, car, comma, N. Okay, now this one wants the back to traffic. Okay, and the random index, yeah, I kept that one up there. Perfect. That returns the car after setting it up. Good. So now after we set this one up, we're going to set up the car at the new position, which is, we're going to set its position. It's probably going to screw with physics. I might need to put in some kind of a physics reset. Okay, so now we've got that information. Now in the distance, we are going to say setup car. Oh, I need to move it back over. So basically these ones, this dot pool. I want the last one. I'll just take the last car that I have in the list from the pool. That way I don't have to resort the list. This dot pool dot, how do I get the last one? There's a shortcut to get the last one. All right. See you later, Daniel. Okay. So let's see. This dot pool C#, get the last element in an array. It was like the, I think it was this one. This dot pool bracket or something. All right. That's the last one, I think. So we take the last one. Was that the way? C# array last element bracket 1. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Last element is this one. I remember seeing this recently and or like maybe in the last 6 months, but I haven't had a chance to use it much, so I'm not used to it yet. But anyway, that gets the last element inside of the array. Okay, dot pool. So that's getting rid of that one. Go. And then on top of that, we need to add it. And that's going to be this dot active dot add. And we're adding the pool item there. Next, we're going to say this dot pool dot remove at. And in this case, we're going to say, I don't think it works here. I think it only works in the bracket callout, not the parentheses callout, but why not try it? Yeah, it doesn't like it. It doesn't know what item. So this dot pool dot count -1. Okay, so that transfers that stuff over. The last item that we need to do is we need to say this dot active, this dot setup car, and we need to pass in the car, which is going to be this dot active bracket. Give me the last one. Comma, and now it wants the node, which is n. So we picked a new random node to start with, and then we told it to set that up. This one selects a new random node to start with. So I don't. No. Okay, the random node already got selected here. But when I'm storing this, I select information about I store information about the node I'm on and information about the node I'm heading towards. That way I've got both and I can't accidentally go back to the same one that I came from. All right. So we reset the node. We got 2 random nodes that need to get selected in here. We need to call setup car, which is inefficient, correct? Yes, expensive call. And now why is setup car considered expensive? That's because it has to get component to set the traffic model. Okay, nope, don't care. We're going to set it from here. We create the car, and when we initially create the car, we'll set that information. We don't need to set it regularly. All right, that'll be faster. Okay, that's it. With this one, we just keep recycling data, and we try per frame to see if we can destroy anything to get rid of stuff. So however many tries that we have inside of it, it'll keep doing that. Now, this doesn't put a limitation on where the car can start to begin with. So, I could just start it over here in the update. Like none of the cars exist to begin with. It instantiates them, but it leaves them sitting in pool. None are inactive. Oh, so in this one, pool count. It's not active, it's pool. All right, so we're checking the pool. If we have any sitting in the pool, then we want to see if we can get them back out into the game. Okay, I like it. Let's set this one. And then instead of trying to create the car, we are just going to instantiate for the pool. So create car, and here we're going to this.pool. So we add items to the pool, and then those will get cycled into the actual game based on how many it feels it can do per frame. Now, again, I need to find a more efficient way to start choosing where this is, and that'll be by putting up a grid, chunks of points, of waypoints where they can start to go to based on location. All right. So in that case, maybe that'll be like every 10 meters, every 100 meters, whatever. I'll figure out a detail on it that works. Okay. Create the car, set the car. We got the pool. Control Shift S, return back to Unity. Okay. Did this require anything? Yes, the traffic system needs some values set. If these don't get set, that's going to be messed up. Delete radius, we'll go with 200. Create radius, we will go to 100. And max tries per frame. 20. Sure. Okay, another thing that I need to check, I need a debug tool that's going to draw something from here. So I've got the car starting point is right over there. I need to see the radius of what this looks like. Otherwise, it's kind of useless to have in here. So let's go to the traffic system, and then I need gizmos. So let's create some gizmos function. Public void on gizmos selected, and inside of this one we are going to say draw dot in game. This is part of the A-line package. In game, no, not in game. Dot editor dot, and now what do I want this to do? We draw an editor, and I want this to draw a circle, a radius, a way to see this one. So sphere. Sphere outline, wire sphere. What's the difference between sphere outline and wire sphere? Draws a circle outline around a sphere. Draws a wire sphere. Circle. Oh, okay. So sphere outline. So in other words, it does the circle, but it always faces the camera? Is that the case? If that's the case, this is a circle that always faces the camera. Okay, I think that would have just been better as draw circle. Or draw billboard. Billboards, circle billboard. All right, so anyway, but wire sphere, that one works. No, sphere outline. That's perfect for what I need. All right, so the center of this one is going to be the car. So it is this dot car dot player car dot transform dot position, comma. The radius is going to be whatever our we need a delete radius. So let's go with the delete radius, comma, and we need a color. That's going to be color dot red. Soft red, sure. And then same line, but this one's going to be the create radius. And the color needs to be something more specific, color dot green. Lime green. Okay, so that draws the individual items into there. That should be good. Return back to Unity. And now, while I have this selected, and oh, I need the player car in there. It's going to screw up because I can't find the player car. Let's get the player car set up. Oh, what's this? All right. Okay, so traffic, yeah, there's traffic. And now let's put in the player car. Where are you? Car. There we go. Oh, yeah, and we got the radius showing up there. Excellent. So the creation radius is indicating that it's inside of this circle, and if it gets outside the red one, it's going to delete. So let's expand out the create radius. Okay. That gives it a range where the cars will just stay active and not be messed with. So even if it gets created near the boundary, it's still going to be there. That's still also enough radius that I should be able to see them disappearing in. Oh, so it'll move. Cars will move themselves out of the radius. This seems good. All right. Let's try. No, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, this is a time where I want a line to be visible. Not that one, this one. I'll make them faint then. All right, that works. Cool. Now Control S. And play. Am I creating them? I'm constructing them inside of the pool range. What do we have here? We have active and pool, and we have active. We've got the car prefab. We've got up to 20 tries per frame. Let's go to play, and I should watch this list being manipulated in real time. And nothing should exist outside of those circles. Start. Okay, we're going to go to scene. Now inside of here, what have we got? We've got most of our cars. We've only got like one car active right now. No, it says like 2 or 3 cars active, but look over here. We got cars that are stably driving and stay in it. This isn't right. See, all these cars are staying in there like I'm expecting them to, but look at the numbers. It only lists like 0, 1, or 2 active. What is the radius that did I use the wrong radius in either of these? Okay, so inside of here, if distance is less than the create radius, then try to create it. And if it is greater, that does look a little bit confusing. So let's take this one. If the car's distance is greater than this dot delete distance, then we remove it from active. We add it to the pool and we remove it from active. Okay, that one's done. Over here, take the pool count, and if we were missing one, we're going to, let's see, the first thing we do is we say, if we have a pool count, then we're going to grab a random item from the pool. And then we're going to check a random point, the random index that we just picked. We're going to see if this node is within the create radius. If it is, we're going to try creating. This is a poor performance version, but we obviously have more scripts going. So anyway, but inside of here, once we say we have a point inside of the radius, create radius, then we add it from the pool based on the last item in the pool. And then we remove that item in the pool. And now we set up a car with the active one, which since we just added it, that should be the last one inside of that pool with N. And N is the random traffic node we're heading to inside. No, this is all of the possible traffic nodes. Oh, yeah, because it's random. We don't know which one it's going to be. So end up position for that node compared to the car position, does it fit within the range? Sphere outline. Okay, we got those ones. Is there another option on here for like fill? No. Okay, it's 240. Did my heat turn off? There. All right, what's next? What do we have? Sphere outline editor. We draw that. No, skip up to here. We've got the active. We draw. Why do I end up getting this? I'm going to skip this. Maybe I'm doing something wrong where the pool count is accounted for. So we remove the end one from the pool count. We add what's supposed to be the last one from the pool count, and we add it to active. We tell the pool to remove the one that we just did. Yeah, take the last one from pool and move it over. That should deal with the array. But the only thing I'm messing with there is the pointer to the pool item. So it's not like I'm even having to sort a large pool or some significantly large array of memory. All right, setup car. Active this. Why does that removal? It's still only getting... We add it to active, we remove it from pool, and then we establish the active. Okay, let's just do this. I'm going to say Control X and hit this. And the first line in here is var car equals this one. So we're just going to grab the car, and then we're going to say active.add car and remove car and set up car. Okay, that should resolve it in case there was anything off about the way that I was doing that. Shouldn't be, but maybe there was. Hmm. 240. Let's move that over. Okay, save it and stop. Why is the code running? Let's try it again. Play. Okay, so over here we've got a pool. The frames are still going to be running. So every frame, it's still going to try it, even if we're still at the start menu. I suppose I could check to see if delta time is 0. There it is. So we got 100, and we can see it's starting to put those cars into play. Why is this happening, though? The majority of the time that it executes, it's going to find out that there are no cars that are in range. So let's test this. They keep going in and getting stuffed back out. Despite that, they don't go invisible. The cars are still running. The pools don't set anything invisible. So I can, when I'm looking, I can still see all the cars floating around. I can't tell which cars are active or not. Okay, stop. And we need to deactivate them when we get stuff in and out of that list. Okay, so to begin with, when we add items to the pool, we set up a car. We're going to say car.gameObject dot dot set active false. Okay, when we remove an item, we also need to remove it. So this dot active, remove it. Oh, this is messed up. Okay, this is where we remove the item from active, but this is incorrect. We're checking we're checking against the active count. Oh, no, this is correct. So that one is correct. We remove it from there. But let's also just get the car for this one. So var car equals this dot pool dot add this dot active. Okay, so we got the car. Now we're adding car to the pool. These are ones that are getting deleted. And we are removing it. And then finally, car.setActive, car.gameObject.setActive false. Now over here in this one, when we set up the car, we need to, when we set up the car, it sets it active to false. That's not where I want to do this one. Control X. I will do this down here right afterwards. And then when we set up the car, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll just leave that one alone. And in this line, we'll do this. There. This one should be true. So with this one, we are adding it to the list of active. We've added the car to active, removed it from the pool, and we are now setting the game object to active so it can be visible and it can update and move around. Okay, this might help it. We should see specks of the cars appearing and disappearing. Play. No, I don't want to start it like that. Is there a way to stop it before it actually gets into here? Not that I can see, but I think it just ran into here, and that means that Unity would be starting. I guess that's fine. All right, enter. Okay, I've got cars. Oh, the traffic system shows all the cars wherever they are, even if they're not used at all. Okay, so let's go over to the scene view and see what cars do we have. Minimize that, and that, and that. Traffic car. It's the last ones that are in here. They're all getting placed way outside the boundaries. Okay, this is different. So it tries to activate one, and it's way off to the side somewhere. But the cars never have much of a chance to move towards the destination. There's trucks moving around. Wait, is that me as a car? Yeah, I'm right there. Okay. Oh, I guess the truck ran into me and pushed me off to the side. All right, so yeah, if they're deactivated, then we don't get to see it. Now, the fact that it activated and its position is way over here, that shouldn't be the case. That's outside of, is that outside of my radius? Let's go select the car. So I'm putting my finger on the screen. That's not going to help anyone else, but there you go. I'm putting my finger on the screen to mark where effectively this one is. And now I'm going to go back up to the main car and select it. Oh, wait a second. I can select that one at the same time. Traffic. Okay, there we go. So traffic is selected. I can still see it anyway. Good. So here's this. Nothing should get created over there. Why is anything being created way over there? I don't even have any world over there. Control Shift B. Oh, okay. No, I do. Okay, so I do have points over there. All right. So why is it getting a point outside of the boundaries? So to begin with, I'm checking to see, is the position of the node far away? If it is not, then we set up the car. It is less than the create radius. The distance from the player car, player car setup is less than the distance. Okay. Car.gameObject.setActive. So it's the setup car that seems like it's at fault here. We take this one, we never set its position. We instantiate the car at a position here. We never set the position inside of this. That's the problem. Okay. So we instantiated it at some random node index to begin with. Okay. So we get the node, but the instantiate, I'm setting the position here, but that's not what I should be doing. I need to be setting it here. I mean, it still needs to be instantiated at a position, but its position needs to be set in here. So car dot transform dot position equals n dot position. Next, I'm going to take this. Oh, this is the new target, right? No. This is where I am now. Okay. So I need this to be right before look at. What did you just do? Okay. So our position is here. Where do we set it? We set it to n dot position. We don't know what that n dot position is. N dot position needs to be, I need to pass this information in. Okay. Vector 3 POS. Okay, so in that case, it's not this one. It is going to be POS. And then up here, when we pass the information, is going to be comma, and we need the POS, which is car.pos. Oh, it's just n.position. So the first time in, it's n.position. Is that correct, or did we get another n already? So we get a random node. Okay, then we get another random node within there, but no, this is correct. It's still n position. N.position, yes. Okay, so we don't actually pass one in. And I don't pass one in here either. Okay, I think that's it. So we set the position while we're inside of here. We do the look at, which with the world up normal being assigned based on the waypoint. So our normal is there. That should be correct. Wait a second. I tell it to look at. So in this case, when we call it setup car and it gets to its next point, it's going to try to look at the target it needs to go to. That is incorrect. That needs to move up to here. Okay. So when it gets initialized, we want it to be heading towards its target. But where it starts up, no, in this one, we call this one it's reactivated. We want it back at its point. This is not to find the next node. This is, we just revisualized it. So yeah, let's set it up on a good starting. So that should be in here. And it would make sense for that to happen right after this point. Okay, Control S. What else? Anything? Did that solve the other issue that I was facing? I don't think it did. Oh, look at that mesh down there. That's got lots of tiny triangles in it. It's not done with like a stripe of rectangles. That means that I have lots and lots of extra waypoints that I don't need. Okay, that part's done. Game? What? Stop. Play. Okay. These still, all the dots show up. Oh, and I can see, look at this. There's like little dots appearing all over the place in here. Let's go back over into scene. And I'm not going to be able to track that very easily. So I'm going to traffic, and I'm also scrolling down to here and selecting control and a few items here. Look at that. Those are showing up inside the radius. That looks correct. Am I deleting items that are inside the red radius? That could be. Okay, so inside of here, we're checking what are we going to delete. So if it is greater, if the distance from this stop position, oh, yeah, that'll do it. It's not from the system that's doing it. It is from player car .transform.position. Yeah, it was deleting it against the wrong position. Okay, that'll definitely do it. Back into here, and we should see the numbers actually start to correct. So let's turn that one off, and I need to restart it. And then we can also select the traffic system and watch the numbers. It should start filling in. And this actually works nicely. So when you first start the game, it's already starting to load up cars in the background. And so anyway, now we're here. Let's go to the traffic system. Here we are. We've got this one. And play. Okay, we'll start by getting 100 cars loaded in, and then we should start to see them all start making their way into active. It shouldn't take very long. It's getting 20 per frame, but, or yeah, 20 per frame, minus probably like or within 70%. So probably like 5 per frame. Yeah. Okay. We can see all of them made it over. Occasionally one will leave the boundaries. So let's go to start. Now they can move so they can actually travel around. But we got a lot of car activity going on now. I still have a pause going on inside of here, so I've got some glitch happening. Am I triggering a garbage collection? Okay. Now, what I want to check is that as I move... Oh, I know. I can test this over in scene view. So here I am, and now I'm going to select the car. And we see all of these spots over here, like a bunch of cars there. But if I take the car and I move it that way, we'll see more cars start to appear over here, and we'll see the ones on this side start to vanish. So let me select the car. And now I'm just going to take its position and manually move it over here. All the cars in the radius over here started to disappear. Where am I? There, I think that's a safe spot. But now if I head over to this spot, we should start to see cars appearing nearby this. Yeah, there we go. Cars are over here. No cars are over here. Okay, so now how does this feel while I'm driving? Back into the game view. Where am I anyway? I can't tell which way is up, which always makes that interesting, but I was going to say, but there's car. I can tell where the mechanic shop is. Okay. So we got cars all around. So as I'm heading into the area, I see more cars. Okay. Cars will kind of just appear. No more cars over that way. But they are also gray in the background. They don't stand out. But if I'm adding headlights to make them start to appear more often. All right. So car traffic does just kind of appear wherever now. That's exactly what I was looking for. For now, I'm going to accept that one as is. And I've got bigger issues to deal with. Actually, like what? I need to set up the truck tracks. That's, I think, is it. So where do I have a couple cars over here, trucks. There we go. No. Don't mind me. I'm just. There. Okay, I got a pair of trucks over here. It is harder to knock this stuff off the trucks. Enter. I do see a cube released. Let's get away from here. Out of the way. Okay, yeah, there's definitely a lot more traffic. Okay, traffic smoothing. Right now, when I travel near another car, it just suddenly like pops up when it happens to hit just the right angle. And that's because the amount of perception that the car has is pretty weak. So if I go over to my car, and you can see these are the points. These lines indicate its actual checks for physics. So when something happens to cross by that, they can get close, but until they actually touch one of those lines, it doesn't matter. And so because of that, we don't have this gradual increase as it gets closer. So I need to put in a physics system that's also going to check for the additional cars right next to it and give a softer push. In the higher scale physics system that I was working on, where none of it's using Unity physics, it was able to deal with the fact that the cars were there and there was no issue. It didn't have like lines at all. It just understood that anything close to this point, because it was a completely different system for how it checked what was nearby. All right. Okay, so it's traffic smoothing, or the interaction smoothing. That would be the term. So stop. Let's go over the tasks window. Where are my tasks? Asana. I need to record what this is going to be. All right. So first of all, no, I don't care about those ones. We still do need more polish on the audio and visuals. Rebuild size. Reduce build size. Okay, that one's done. It was 2.3 gigs initially, and then I dropped it down to 0.3 gigs without affecting any of the output, with no noticeable change on it, or very difficult to notice. The problem was that most of the textures for this were 4K textures, and there were a lot of them. but then I kept the resolution of the main textures 4K because we're getting very close to the sides of the buildings here. But then I took things like the normals and some of the other ones and reduced those down. So they're only coming in at like 1K. So the size of those dropped from like 60 megs down to like a quarter K, something like that, 200 by or 200K. And then that's the majority of the files. There were like 6 images, 4K images for every material, but only one of them needed to stay at a high res. And that got rid of all the data. If I remember right, Unity stores the files as bitmaps. It doesn't process that, store them as like PNGs or something and process them when it loads them into memory. It just loads them into memory exactly as it is. All right, so produce a procedural NavMesh. I'm going to go with that one's done for now. The thing is that there are points where it can certainly improve, but it can improve. That's a separate task. This works effectively enough for what I need. Now, I do need a couple more tasks that I was generating. One is smooth car interactions. One plus car sphere force check. Okay, and I think there was one more, but I can't remember what it was. I know I've got this one. Oh, I need to manually put in truck routes. There's only going to be like maybe 600 points, maybe 1,000 points that I need to add for the truck routes. And so that should be a heck of a lot easier than the 300,000 that I needed to add for the rest of the city. Oh, this means I should actually have traffic everywhere in the city now. Doesn't matter where I go. I kind of want to test that out. Let's just make sure, because I just tested it. No, I didn't do a full bake. I only did a bake of this region, of a small portion of this region. What did I do? Like 10,000 points or something? A full bake, I'll set that up. Oh, it's almost time for me to get my kids. So let's save what I got. And I'm about to cut out for the night or for the day. And then maybe like, what is it? It's 3. So probably about 5 hours from now, I might be jumping back on, or 6 hours. Okay. So, get add dot get commit -m, and the message is, what do we have? Traffic. So material assets. Did I do anything to change this one? I don't even remember what I just did. Okay. I think I was just tuning some numbers, but we got the car. We're only modifying the asset, but it shows that I messed with the drop-off icon material, but I don't remember doing that. If I remember, there's some sort of mathematics change that happens on occasion. If I were to look at the diff, it's just like some awkward field that doesn't even matter just because it's open in the editor and it doesn't save exactly the same. Okay. Not positive. Yay. Let's do that one. Git push. And I don't have a tool for doing the diff setup right now in Git. I just recently started using the console for it. And so I still need to set up some other tools. All right, so we've got this one. While it's here, I'm going to start a bake and then leave that for the night. So over here, traffic designer, we go to this one and we're going to go to max count, add a whole bunch more. Cool. Merge gap 6. Sure, we'll go with that. Oh yeah, I'm not merging. Doesn't matter. No merges. Just lots and lots of triangle meshes. All right, Control S. and we need to try it. So this is supposed to try everything, which I think they'll just let that run in the background for a minute. This one was fast. It was going through this. It already finished, 6.72 seconds. The bake is what's going to take longer. So I hit the bake, and that should be, this is what's going to take like 40 minutes or an hour or something. Who knows? And all right, I'm out.